Welcome, everybody. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Hope everyone is doing well. I do know there's a lot of people who aren't necessarily doing well, but the ones who are here probably are doing all right. So let me know if my sound is okay, my connection is all right. Should be fine. I have everything green light here. See a thumbs up down below. Thank you, man. Last Dance. Yeah, pretty wild week. A lot of things have come to light about things going on over in the Middle East, and maybe we can discuss some of that tonight from our faraway, comfortable places that we have, thank goodness, because as I said earlier, not everybody is as lucky as we are. So pretty shocking stuff definitely going on. As we kind of discovered in 1990, 91, yeah, the war is televised, and it's even more so now with the amount of coverage that we have from the internet, obviously. So fortunately, if somebody can find a decent live stream, I'll throw that on in the background on my phone. Possibly we'll be able to hear missiles and explosions and stuff. Unfortunately, it looks like the Reuters, I guess, live stream it's either being blocked right now or it was disabled. I'm not sure what happened with it, but I'm sure there's other live streams out there. My plan was to have that live stream on, and then, periodically you hear just random missiles flying in, bombs exploding, and other various sounds of war. And it's just certainly puts things into perspective where we are, and like I said, how lucky we might be. We all have our good bit of suck in our lives, but it ain't as bad as it is for some people, you know what I mean? So, and even relative to people in this country, people have it a lot worse than we do. I'm fairly comfortable to say that. I know most of you guys, we've all got it okay. It ain't perfect, but it's okay. Anna, I see you there in the chat. I can't really comment on you, but I mean, I feel like you probably live a fairly comfortable existence, relatively speaking, at least. Last Dance and RW, same with you guys. And thank you for being here, everybody. As always. Hopefully we get some visitors tonight. Usually people just show up and it works out. Last week was a good pub. It was smooth. We had wasn't a huge crowd, but we had a good conversation, and it was a week ago that we really started to learn about what was happening, and a lot more information has come out since then. Yeah, Dembot, how you doing, man? Is Israel blocking the internet? Yeah, that's the rumor right now. I know Steve Lookner over on Agenda Free TV actually paid Reuters. Such a strange word, but I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. I think $50 a month to broadcast their live stream of the skyline in Gaza. You can see it as being blocked. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of what the theory was being thrown around in his chat. But frankly, I don't know if you have to pay for it. I would think it would be legal to use, Not sure what that Reuters. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Reuters. Yeah, Reuters. Wow. They initially had 2 live streams of the skyline and that was reduced to 1 and now 0. So I'm not sure why they blocked it. I don't know. I assume they're trying to disable any communication that might be possible for Hamas. Um, but it's also going to make communication amongst the general population poor to non-existent. But those people have it pretty rough right now. Okay, no problem, buddy. Yeah, inflation. Yeah, I hear you. No problem, RW. There you go. And yeah, I mean, I'm not like searching them out. Hey, what's going on? That's life. I'm not, searching out Reuters news stories. They just happen to have constant 24/7 live streams of the skyline in Gaza, which I did find interesting, somewhat compelling to look at, and you would see on occasional explosion. I referenced earlier our initial invasion into Baghdad in 1991, I believe. Desert Storm, maybe 90. Yeah, seeing those explosions was sort of the first time I feel like we got to see what that would look like. And that the war was televised then. That's when it became that. Shortly after that, we had, I feel like we had the O.J. Simpson fiasco, which also became a major televised event. And I think around that time, yeah, no, I hear you, Anna. Yeah, live streaming war. It is. That's what the news is doing right now, essentially. They're trying to get the most recent shot, the most recent live stream. It's not like it's live streaming. It's just a fixed camera filming a city. And yeah, I know you might think it's a little sick, but I think it's also, showing us what's happening there. I'd rather know what's happening than not know, I guess is what it comes down to. There's a lot of things coming out here that I don't know whether or not they matter or not. Descriptions of how some of the murders were done initially in the attack regarding children. There you go, Dembot. But essentially, it doesn't matter. There were children murdered, whether by rifle or by bludgeoning or burning to death, I suppose. Murder is murder, and it's terrible. You can't justify it with civilians, but you really cannot justify it with children, for Christ's sake. They don't even have a concept of war or what war is. So it's not even a thing they're going to grasp. You put two little tiny kids of any type together, any religion, they're probably just going to play, and enjoy each other's company. It's not that they're a blank slate. They're a clean palette, in my opinion. So to include them in this sort of thing is truly evil. And the people who did that and want to do that are the enemy of me, because you have to take a stand at some point in life. And if it's to defending children, that's a stand that I will take, because that is not right, man. Like I said, civilians are one thing. That's terrible enough. But you talking about kids? Fuck no. That shit ain't right, man. So I got into the semantics about it, thinking like, what's true, what happened, what didn't happen, what could I find proof of? Well, what I did find proof of was that in general, they were murdered. They were burned. They were shot. And, that's murder in and of itself. So I suppose that is really all I need to know. It doesn't have to be that I need to see proof of a particular type of death or one way or the other. They were murdered in cold blood, and that is all I need to know. I search out for proof through video and what I can find on the internet to know what happened. It's not some sinister or sick side of me that wants to see terrible things. It's a search for truth. And there's a lot of bad things going on with this shit, man. I'm willing to watch it only to see it of the fact to have proof that it happened, and then I can go forward from there. As has been insinuated here, that's right, cup of tea. Yeah, that's a line from the movie Full Metal Jacket, I believe. Yeah, Full Metal Jacket. The door gunner who's working an M60 in a Huey. And yeah, Matthew Modine's character asks him that. How do you shoot women and children? Easy. You just don't lead him as much. And I don't think that stuff, maybe it did happen in Vietnam. I can't say. Again, yeah, fabulous movie. Absolutely. Such a good movie. I did think the ending was a little thin, but the substance of the movie, the meat of the movie was really, really well done and very well filmed. But yeah, so that's why I search out things like that on the internet, because you can't always believe what you hear and what the mainstream media tells you. So you can be a citizen journalist with a simple computer, and you can find things out for yourself. And if you choose to, you can see a lot more than what the media will show you. And to me, that's important. And some of the people who come here are live leakers from back in the day. I don't know if we all started in live leak in a pursuit of some sort of truth or some sort of understanding, as much as it was certainly very much shocking. And there was a lot of stuff on live leak I chose not to watch. Hey, Gerald, good to see you, man. Doing well, thank you. And they are well. Yes. It started out as a shock thing, man, as a gore site or attraction. I don't know what brought people there. Every person had their own individual thing. Like I said, certain things I did not want to watch, but certain things I would watch to have an understanding of what people are doing in the world, what the bad ones, the baddies are doing, and how bad it can be. And you realize it's pretty goddamn bad, man. So, those are just some of my thoughts on that. I do think that right now Live Leak would be very popular and very successful. It had a lot of capacity to be able to handle volume of viewers and views per minute. A lot of the sites now are getting loaded down that have a lot of these videos on them. So, yeah, that's a good question. Throughout the years, that's changed vastly, Anna. But, anything from... It's almost like you can just point to vast sections of the world and say, lots of bad things going on there, tons of bad things going there. And the world's a messed up place, man. You know, that's one thing you learn from Live Leak and other sites like it. And but like I said, right now I have a feeling that it would be very successful. I do believe that Hayden still owns the name. I hope he does. If he doesn't, I would buy it off of him. Or I know other people would pool money together to buy that domain name because it's famous. It's been referenced in a lot of culture, a lot of pop culture, movies, whatever, shows. It's just a shame it's gone. I think it's gone because of a lot of the idiots that made comments that were just got out of control with racism, homophobic stuff, sexism, which in the grand scheme of things was fairly minor on there, but it still happened. It was just it couldn't be maintained. They couldn't get advertisement. They were never going to be able to maintain advertisement, and he didn't want to use pornography. And there's not a lot of money in porn anyways, I'm sure, for like, you know, side view type whatever ads on a website. You don't get anything for that, or fractions of pennies, you know. Let me catch up here real quick. Didn't like the Ukraine channel. Okay. How is the Russian war any worse than a U.S. war? No, I mean, I didn't say anything, yeah, like that. I think that, yeah, we've made our mistakes too. He will always, if that's your opinion of him, Anna, that's fine. I know you said LMAO, that you're laughing about your comment, and that's fine. You're saying it in jest. Believe me, he can take it. And he can dish it out too. So he came on the pub a couple of months ago. Not for advertising, I mean, Cup. Not. But yeah, it's always a pleasure to have him. I'd love to have him. I'd love to have Graham come by anytime. All of those guys. I think I'm gonna open the door, get a little fresh air in here. Still in the room. Well, we've got Halloween coming up. Onto a more cheery subject, so I don't know what you guys do for that. Jack-o'-lantern, decorate the yard, trick or treat, nothing. Pretty much matters if you have a kid, I think, or if you have a kid who's a child, that you kind of go a little more all out for that sort of thing. Candy, yeah. Smoke Wife starts pre-buying a lot of candy like in the months ahead of Halloween, so she buys a couple bags a week. And old Smokesteve, yeah. I end up eating about 25% of it. I'm such a bastard. Fucking Snickers bars falling on the ground. Come on. I'll have a few tonight. Yeah. I mean, how can you not? There's these things called Take 5, I believe it's called. It's got like pretzels and peanut butter and chocolate. These things are my weakness. I think it's the best candy bar in existence for the average shitty candy bars. I'm not talking like high-end, you know, European chocolate. All right, what do we got here? No, not a lot of porn for me. Money in that. Yeah. Sleepy Joe porn. That would be pretty slow, and there would be a lot of drugs involved for old Joe. What did I think about the USA sending a warship to Israel? Dembot asks. I'm a little concerned. I don't want us to get a bunch of warships over there. I know we're very well. They have great lines of defense against things, but You put enough of them in a small area, it could be motivation for countries to try to take out a bunch of ships. Yeah, it would be an act of war, but using warships as a form of intimidation and like to have a presence in an area is questionable to me. Like, I guess it has some purpose, but there is obviously a major amount of risk with that, which I don't like. Um, these things are very important, and wars are started over the sinking of ships, and also American servicemen, Navy men would die. As you see, I have um, an aircraft carrier shirt on, USS Lake Champlain. So yeah, I love the ocean. I love the Navy, and I just don't want to see any crazy shit happen. And I'm not saying it would. It's highly, highly unlikely. I just don't like the thought of the risk of it. Um, Carved pumpkins with pupils. That's nice. Yeah, you got to get the cheap pumpkins. Oh God, a lemon burst Les Paul. Hell yeah. I know you said you're not a Gibson man, but a Les Paul would be a nice guitar to have. Damn. Right? They're like 2,800, I think, for probably that lemon burst. American made Les Paul standard. You know what's funny? They say there's different grades when it comes to guitars of Les Pauls in the same line. In other words, you could get a good one or a bad one. There's not a lot of the quality control has gone down, I guess, at Gibson, but Les Paul would be a dream guitar of mine. The Carina Explorer American made is $9,999. The Carina Explorer Japanese made is $9,000 cheaper. So I'd go with the Japanese one. I don't think I'd want a $10,000. Yeah, isn't that weird, right, Goon? Like you could get a $3,000 Les Paul and be like, oh shit, I got a bad one. That would be a tough pill to swallow. You're not getting it back. You probably could find some schlep on the internet to buy it for maybe $1,800, lose 1,000, whatever. But that would be a tough one, man. You go into a guitar store and ask them for a Les Paul, you get all kinds of eye rolls and all kinds of attitude from the guitar techs or salespeople, whatever they are. But hell, like that's the thing. If you're going to buy something like that, you got to be able to play it. Same thing if you're going to buy a friggin' Porsche. You don't go in and just say, oh, you want the red one? Yeah, oh, boy, that looks great. You fucking drive the thing. Same with the guitar, an expensive guitar especially. I ordered this one, never played it, just ordered it online, had it delivered. I was pretty pissed off about it. It had some buzzing on the strings, which I was never really able to figure out. I adjusted the truss rod in multiple directions, so much so that I don't want to get into too technical about it, but ended up being happy with the guitar. I just wish I would have played it before I bought it. I would have learned a little something. Just point at them. I hear you, man. That's how Manny Koshman, famous ultra rich guy on YouTube, buys his cars. Basically pre-orders them before they're even made. Try before you buy. There you go, homie. The rum rationing, yeah. Gerald, damn right. The one thing I would not be in the Navy would be on a goddamn submarine. Hell no. I'd like to. Flight deck would be cool. Working up there, seeing the planes take off, getting the fresh air. Would probably suck being down in the engine room, but the engine room guys are usually engineers or apprentice-like engineers, so probably great experience and a good way to get a solid start in a good career. It's just down in the bowels of a ship. Not exactly glorious work, but probably pays well. Let's get this thing rolling. USA banks closed down people's account for wrong political views or different views on trans debate. Negative, never happened. That would be highly dubious, and I've never heard of it. You want me to play the guitar? All right, I can do that. I haven't really been playing much. I got the acoustic here. It would take me a minute to set up the Strat. We can roll with this. Get the hands in this. The strap on the thing. I was actually standing up playing the other day. How's it go? Sting song, that's a good one. I just saw a video about that. I think it's called Shape of My Heart, something like that. Steve. Little Smashing Pumpkins there. Yeah, exactly. I have heard them do that acoustic, and it's a good one. I love me some Smashing Pumpkins. And I had another song that just popped into my head, but it popped out while I was playing Smashing Pumpkins, and that's when you heard me make the little mistake there. I was thinking ahead. That sound? Oh, yeah. I forgot. You know what? I forgot about something. I have to change the. I have to. No, yeah, fuck. Better remind me of that ahead of time. Yeah, I forgot to shut off the noise reduction. So that sound was garbage. Yeah, Cherub Rock is the name of that song. So sorry about that, but on to better things. What's up, RW? Hey, Last Dance.
Hey, I was waving my hands frantically, hoping you'd look up, but that's okay.
I wonder if you could change my sound settings.
I don't think so.
Well, yeah, them's breaks.
No.
Thank you, Random Goon. Yeah, right. I always forget that the this background noise cancellation.
Exactly.
Half cancels out the guitar. So you guys have been obviously, have you been glued to the TV like me? I'm not glued to it, but I'm certainly watching some of it.
I've been mostly watching the updates through Twitter.
Twitter, yeah, that's a good place for it.
Our last meetup is when I was really into it, stuck to it, but since then I've been busy, but definitely waiting to hear the next update.
Well, yeah, apparently there's something like 300,000 to 400,000 Israeli troops sort of amassed along the border. Is that right, Last Dance? What you've been hearing?
I did not see those numbers. No.
It's
Do you know if any of the Jihad Friday requests happened anywhere in the world?
There was one terrorist attack in France that appears to be, related. It happened on Friday.
I'm glad that piddled out. Could have been a different experience.
Yeah.
Did you guys change your daily routine at all?
I did not.
No.
I did not. I do a lunchtime walk where I work. And the thought briefly crossed my mind, like, about it. But I was like, fuck, I'm not changing my daily routine, you know?
I could say that I drank more, but that's just me giving it a reason. I'm pretty sure that was just me.
Right, yeah, I hear you. Cool. Hezbollah half-heartedly tried to join in, Cup says. Yeah, I don't know. Hezbollah's definitely been acting up, shooting some rockets in, stuff like that.
There's been some stuff happening on the northern border, but very little. But Iran is threatening to send Hezbollah in soon.
Under what grounds? Like, what would be the reasoning for that?
To support their brothers in Gaza.
Yeah. So they think what's being done to the citizens of Gaza is unjust, inhumane. Do you think that?
But from which people?
Israel.
It seems like someone else is treating civilians badly at the moment.
What'd you say, RW?
It just seems like there's another group that's being very bad towards civilians at the moment, besides Israel. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just more or less referring to the missiles, the bombs, that sort of thing, basically hitting civilians as well as military targets, possibly simultaneously.
Oh yeah, that absolutely happens, and it's just a failure of civilization. I don't mean to take away the responsibility of the individuals, but it's just such a colossal failure that we're still in 2023 dealing with conflicts this way.
I believe that Iran is the threat against Israel is if they send ground battle into Gaza. It's like the line in the sand. And I think that would be the only actual way to... civilians are still going to get killed, but it's not like you're just lobbing bombs. You're systematically going through with personnel to try and solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
they have more or less been arbitrarily shooting. I mean,
if Hezbollah invades, then Israel will be forced to work on two fronts, and they'll have to divert a majority of their troops to the north, because Hezbollah is much stronger than Hamas
And they're
and much better armed too.
are they a government organization?
They're sort of pseudo-governmental. They're not the official government of Lebanon, but they're so well organized and so well resourced, and they've been there for 20 years. Sort of organizing. They basically control the south of Lebanon. So
sounds like they're almost bored.
Well, they are. I thought one of the things Israel might do is to invade Gaza and get rid of Hamas, and then invade South Lebanon and attempt to do the same to Hezbollah.
You think they're going to push past the Gaza border and then continue going?
Who now? The Israelis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, definitely. I think they're already past. They already have troops in Gaza.
I know, but when you say that, you think that they would then continue on past Gaza even and move into other countries.
Well,
it's just kind of like
Lebanon is to the north.
Right.
Lebanon is on the north of Israel, where Hezbollah is on the northern border of Israel. Gaza is on the southern border of Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I don't see them going after Lebanon like that. That would be foolish. And also, the ground for it isn't really there. This attack is fresh in the world's mind.
Yeah, the world's not going to condemn them for it, I don't think. But if they push into Lebanon or something, I'm pretty sure that's going to flip the tide.
Yeah, I don't think it would be good for Israel at all. I think.
Yeah, I mean, but it's right now they're not in the mood of trying to court world approval.
I understand that, but I mean is that it was Hamas that perpetuated that horrific attack.
It is Hamas, but it's Iran who kind of calls the shots, and Iran has basically, they've definitely outsmarted Israel. I've said Iran is playing chess while Israel plays checkers, and Iran has now armed Hezbollah in the north and Hamas in the south, and each of those does Iran's bidding.
Mm-hmm. Why does Iran get the ring? Why do they hold the power?
Because they're willing to go and oppose the West and Israel. So they don't, they have their own aims of world control, or at least Middle Eastern control. And
when did we start? Was it under Obama that we started to support Iran with technology and resource and money?
We haven't supported Iran since the Shah was overthrown.
When is this?
This was 1979.
I remember, the last thing I remember is when we allowed them, for lack of better words, to have nuclear technology. What would you consider that interaction?
It isn't ours to say they can or can't. They developed it themselves.
It seems like it was, though. It seems like we're going to rip you a new one if you have this technology.
I mean, you mean like the peace agreements under Obama and all that?
Yeah, I think that was roughly how many years ago it was.
Yeah, that was all nonsense. I mean, Iran is going to develop, these agreements that they talked about were all nonsense. And when Trump rescinded them, it really didn't change anything because Iran was never complying in the first place.
It was interesting that they created that to make it, like, for my younger self, see that and be like, oh, okay.
That was all about Obama justifying his getting a Nobel Peace Prize. See, he got a Nobel Peace Prize basically before he was president. And when he became president, he immediately started, doing what every American president does, bombing the shit out of everybody. And I think he wanted
to bomb the shit out of everybody.
Well, they changed.
I could be more specific, but I think that's a good summary.
They could have changed his name to Drone Bomber. The guy was firing so many fucking drone attacks. It was unbelievable. But I wouldn't, because we already have one drone tech. He's the master drone.
Luckily,
he doesn't want to be associated with Obama, so take that back.
Did the technology of drone warfare basically surface then?
Well, I mean, it's been around for a while. It's just that drones have become, the technology has gotten cheaper and more widespread. It's.
Do you know when it was first noticed in warfare?
No, I don't. I mean, we have had drones for a long time. We certainly used it. Well, I don't know the first time we used it.
Well, the guys used to have those close-in support drones with screens, if ranges are out or, in the Talmud Valley or something, and they need to see what's around them.
Yeah.
Long time ago, they could throw this little prop thing with the camera or whatever on the bottom of it up into the air and use the screen to watch what they were seeing.
Yep.
It just went from that, and then we heard about drones. Then I saw this Reaper thing and a person standing next to it. I was like, holy shit, that's a drone, and it's massive.
Right.
So they went from barely small.
Yeah, those aren't at Walmart.
Yeah.
No, they're not. Not yet.
Not yet.
To get bigger, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's like practically the size of a jet plane. I mean, that's basically the next level, is they're going to be soldierless bombers, basically,
Closer to 2010, I met a guy in a rock climbing area, and he worked for a company with carbon fiber, and like he would bring his own skateboard that he built and everything with the carbon fiber technology they were messing around with. And I feel like when that started to ramp up, that carbon fiber option, that's when we started to see some pretty cool stuff, pretty lightweight, pretty cool technology start to come out.
Exactly.
Not just car hoods, that's all I saw for carbon fiber before that was like someone's hood looked different and it was carbon fiber.
Mm-hmm. The drones could do this shit, like they could be really far away and take a picture or something and then like go down behind a mountain and start launching. Like you'd never know they're even there. They could be the good ones that we have can be so far away. It's incredible.
I can't believe how fast they can travel. Like, my cousin has a drone that's pretty high end for like landscaping purposes, and that thing I swear goes 25 miles per hour or something like that, or 30. It's just like right past you, and you're like, that's good money well spent, man.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good market in it for that sort of thing. In the old days, you could rich people would pay like a photographer and rent an airplane to take pictures above of their property or their ranch or their mansion, whatever.
Old school.
Yeah, I remember seeing those. And nowadays, probably $100 somebody can do that with a drone, and get better quality photographs.
Yeah, HD. Yeah, dude, it's
totally
the camera technology on those commercial ones is pretty impressive.
I really want to get one.
I'm told you have to have a permit once you get to that level. I'm pretty sure that my cousin does. You have to have some registered aspect to it to be able to have it and fly it around.
I just want a decent one that I can get up a couple hundred feet. When we're out, like in my brother's boat, like cruising around in the ocean and shit. Like I feel like we could get some just killer video. Just
good way to find a school of fish.
Bingo. I mean, I don't need anything too fancy. Seems like $100 gets you pretty good drone nowadays.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's like a 3 to 5 time use range. Sadly.
What do you think? Like maybe $250?
$2,000.
Oh wow! No kidding, huh?
That's when you start to see actual nice technology. Before that, it's very Chinese.
But that's for serious use, like you have a business or something where there's you can justify spending that money.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm sure he uses it for spy purposes in his own right.
Well, who says you can't have fun with your business tools?
Yeah, right.
Although I heard that over somebody's house, like that can be deemed as invasion of privacy.
Oh, dude, I would think that around here, if someone could get a shot on a drone, they'd take it. They'd
Sure.
pepper it. Yeah.
I mean, to tell you the truth, aside from the fact that you're shooting a bullet up into the air at an angle and it's coming down somewhere, which is not,
Yeah.
you're probably okay, but if
A
you
lot
hit
of
the
trees
thing,
here.
yeah, exactly right. I mean, but you honestly, it's a great target. If you had a 22 or something, the problem is those suckers are going like 6 miles off into the
It's the
lower.
ultimate ski.
Yeah, but yeah, totally. I don't know. Do you guys have like your own personal drones?
I don't
Either
have
of-
one.
No.
My dad has one that I've never used, but I think we have one on the property.
Does he use it or not?
He's the kind of guy that gets a trinket and uses it like once or twice, and then he's on to the next thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's places I could use it. We live near water, and there's some big parks.
Mhm.
So I could have fun with it. I really could.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys know frisbee golf, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to use a frisbee golf range as like a race place for drone racing
Sure.
Yeah.
because it's all opened up like that anyway already.
My frisbee golf, the place near my house is half of it's in the forest.
Awesome. That's a good place to get a lot of free discs, man. Yeah, time.
That's a fun game. I prefer regular golf, but I got no hate for frisbee golf.
I like it.
I don't mind
Right.
watching it.
I like playing it. Just being out. If you're doing anything outdoors, fresh air, walking around, using your
And the
physical
people are
ability.
pretty nice there. That's a good following, that crowd.
Yeah, they were. I've
Do
I've never met someone in the park doing frisbee golf that was
Right.
rude or
That back in the
Yeah.
day, these were the guys who played ultimate frisbee. Now they've retired to frisbee golf.
yeah.
That's fair enough.
You
When your
know,
kneecaps start giving out.
I loved ultimate. Man, we used to play the hell out of that at UMass. It was fun, but
I've only played a couple, but it was fun. But someone has to motivate me to start playing. But once I start playing, then I get into it.
Is that where like it's frisbee, like you play football with a
sort of a
frisbee?
hybrid.
hybrid? Yeah, I've played that. Yeah, that's
I
That
think
is,
I think laterals, forward, side, back are all allowed, even after you catch it. I think
now
it's-
that is strenuous. You're always running. And
you're
that-
running, you're throwing. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's when you're in college, like when your wind is good. That's why I liked it at the time. But
Yeah,
Yes.
this was. I was actually. I was in my 20s then, so that's a long time ago. Now that I think about it, I was actually 25 when I did it.
so that would have been like early '80s, I'm guessing.
Late 80s, but thank you.
Late '80s. Okay, all right, cool, right on. Yeah, so I mean, you and I aren't that far apart in age. We're
No,
close enough.
yeah.
I do have a Beatles subject I want to bring up at some point with
Uh-oh.
you.
I may not know the answer.
Dude, I'm
But,
down for Beatles.
All right, we can just go into it now. We can always circle back to this. The war is going on, so it's not like it's a constant return to subject,
Yay!
But yeah. So, how did in 1963 the Beatles recorded and released a song called "I Want to Hold Your Hand"?
I wanna hold your hand.
Right. 3 years, 1 month later, they've recorded and released a song and an album with the likes of Strawberry Fields Forever on it. What in that 3 years caused them to be making some of the cheesier pop of the time to some of the
teeny bop.
most incredible introspective rock and roll ever made? Like, well, what happened in those 3 years? I've heard a lot of people say acid.
Can I answer that before Last Dance? Because he
Yeah.
probably has better insight.
I mean, I probably don't.
I think that the difference was McCarthy was the teeny bop artist and Lennon was the visionary dreamer. And so when those two different guys were creating music, it had those different aspects to it. Because you still had teeny bopper later on, just yeah, that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah,
Oh.
McCartney had a heavy blues influence too, but go ahead, Last Dance.
Yeah, I think they worked they worked hard. They worked continuously. They weren't just into music. They, especially Lennon, was into art and followed the art scene and what was happening on the cutting edge of art, and they followed what other people were doing with music, and they were never sort of content to do what they were doing. They were always pushing themselves.
Hmm.
And if you look at each of the albums they released between then, you could see this progression. And yeah, they worked hard. There were a lot of competition with other bands in the UK.
Hmm.
It was the UK was, and in the US, those were heady times when people were sort of exploring the artistic side
Hmm.
of what they could do with music.
What
And
caused the boom?
the other thing is that the record companies didn't know how to make money. They weren't really sure.
Right.
They had an idea, but they didn't. They knew that they didn't really know how to make money. So even though they were constantly interfering, the artists could still, get their way sometimes, and so, innovative stuff could come out. And
What
those
was
were great times.
what was the boom of music for UK? Was it drugs? Was it marijuana?
No, I think it was just music, just music and art, and communication between everybody playing it.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the song "She's So Heavy" is almost like early Black Sabbath. That it's almost like pre-heavy metal, So they were all over the place back then, man.
Right.
Which is so cool, and they are so under appreciated by people who. I hear you if you don't love the Beatles' music, but you do have to, at some level, respect the amazing creativity.
Well, one of the things I like about them is that they kind of they opened the American market for British bands, which meant that these bands could actually make a living, which sort of led to more British bands, and
Mm-hmm.
I think the world benefited from that,
Right.
from the British invasion. Not just the ones, everything we the most popular ones, but just the whole group. I think it was just a spectacular era of innovation and
Mm-hmm.
musical development.
So we can thank America for throwing money at that situation so that it could evolve.
Okay, if you want to, if that's how you want to put it, yeah.
Well, yeah, and when it comes to the Rolling Stones, at least, and certainly Led Zeppelin, you can thank the Delta Blues of the Deep South.
Yeah.
I'll
that
have to look
stuff.
into that then.
That stuff was a direct precursor to a lot of the bluesier side. Of course, Clapton, John. What was his name? John Mayall, right? The Blues Breakers, not John Mayer.
I don't know.
The Blues Breakers, yeah. Clapton played guitar there.
Eric Clapton was always praised as one of the best guitarists ever, but I never really got into his music.
He's very, very good. He's not technically like mind-blowing or anything, and he's also one of the most difficult people in all of rock and roll to work with. He's a total prick.
He went through more bands in the 60s and 70s than I think anybody.
Yeah, he's a real asshole.
Ego side. But so when someone says to me, like, excellent guitarist, my first is always Jimmy Page, because he always captured my mind in his music, how he was bending and using the instrument and thinking outside the box.
And God, I can't remember his name. Jeff Beck is one that I'm particularly fond of from the 60s and beyond.
And he was a solo act?
Well, he was I'm sure he did solo albums, but he was with various groups. I was talking about Jeff Beck as a innovative guitarist.
He was awesome.
What about you,
Brandon
Goon?
Goon.
Hey, Goon. Speaking of
As a
innovative
guitarist.
guitarists,
Yeah, as a guitarist, what do you think of when someone says, excellent guitarist?
He's muted.
Oh,
Mr.
Can't hear you.
Technology fucking muted. Gamer chairs, 16 guitars, fucking probably 3 screens. No sound.
is there a button on your mic itself?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
You are.
We can hear you now. That makes it worse.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
I'll leave
Just-
then, shall I?
Just kidding. We love you. How you doing, man?
Well, I was good until you said that.
Oh, come on. I'm kidding. I love you.
We need to know you're the guitarist that shines above all the other guitarists that you know of.
Ooh.
So many.
I mean, to be honest, it's a cliche answer, but Jimi Hendrix, just because of how he played, it wasn't, he wasn't technically amazing compared to like guitarists now,
Right.
but he had soul, and
He was,
I think that's what guitar needs.
He was on that gravy train, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he needs
Yeah,
more soul,
like-
and
It totally does. Like you hear Polyphia, super, super technical.
Who-
But like,
Were you there while we were
As
watching that
fuck
recently?
as well.
what's that?
Someone shared Polyphia with me recently. Was it you?
I think
No.
it might have been, yeah.
Might have been him. Yeah.
Okay, Goon. Yeah. So yeah, I think it was Goon. So I was watching him play. I just remember him because of the neck tattoos.
Yeah.
But then I was watching him finger the guitar and everything. I was like, yeah, I can see why people consider him a genius.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've listened to their stuff for a long time now, and from album to album and song to song, I'm like, God damn, there's a lot of the same tricks repeating themselves. I could never play it. Don't get me wrong. Technically, it's not touchable for me to be able to play that. But I don't find it super enjoyable as much as it's almost like it's like a competition that who's going to win how to play harder, but not who's going to win how to make the best sounding music. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't
They're
know,
awesome.
but I still think that they made something different sounding.
I agree.
And that's the point. It's very difficult to make something new these days. Especially now than ever. But-
You've heard Alt J, right? Random Goon? Alt J?
Yeah.
That was the last band I can call out that actually showed me something different, and I appreciated them for that because they pushed music somehow and did well with it. But then again, it's repetitious. Like I'm waiting, they would have to push that bar again for me to give them that same clout.
Right. I mean, it's like a Grandaddy, is it? They made music that was, whoa, it's weird, but I love it.
Granddaddy.
Yeah, they did a song called 180. Pretty famous track of theirs. They're kind of pop punky, but the rest of the stuff is like all synthesized noises and kind of like a Radiohead, but an American pop punk version of them.
Radiohead.
I
really like
that's
that.
an interesting description.
Yeah, I think that's the best way I can describe them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting here. Dembot says, I Am the Walrus, terrible song. I don't know the Womble, but I Am the Walrus is a very good song by the Beatles. In my humble opinion.
Nah, I agree.
I think I Am the Walrus is an amazing song.
It's technically one of their most difficult songs. The chord progression is bizarro, but
I am a big fan of
Rev
the
9 was a bit
the
druggy.
Beatles' psychedelic catalog, and I like psychedelia in general, and I love the Beatles' entrance in that. And I Am the Walrus is one of the best ever.
yeah. I'll share in some of the Discords. Rick Beato just made a video a couple of weeks ago. What is the most
guy.
complicated Beatles song? And I think he settled on I Am the Walrus. But Strawberry Fields was up there. Strawberry Fields, the chord progression, they're just weird. He plays them on the guitar, and as a guitar player, I'm watching him going, God damn, what are those chords? They're so strange. It's because a lot of them, the Beatles were playing on a piano or some other weird sounding instrument.
It's a.
It's
It's
like
the what's it? Oh, I just had it in my mind.
it's not a
The
ham
Moody
and
Blues
B-
played it a lot. It's not a piano. It's a
like a
Harpsichord?
Hammond B3
Oh,
organ, harpsichord.
It's not the Moog. It's before the Moog synthesizer. What was it called? The Moody Blues played it. Mike Pinder played it.
You know
The
about
clavicle?
the org thing that they made?
No,
Wooden.
Don't
but-
think that's it.
I'll look it up.
Oh,
Yeah, they use it in.
the theremin.
No, it's like a theremin. It's related to a theremin.
Yeah, they use it during the verses of Strawberry Fields. It's that weird. Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Exactly.
whoop. It's so odd sounding. Hey, Drone Tech's here.
Welcome to the party,
A
buddy.
mellotron. It's the mellotron.
Hey,
Mellotron, that's it. You got it.
Yeah,
And
I'm
Zeppelin
a
uses it too. And
I'm a huge mellotron fan. It's one of the reasons I
It
love the
sounds
Moody
like
Blues.
It sounds
one
like
of the reasons why
the
I forgot what it
transformer
was
that's
called.
it's a
Stony
transformer that's
Transformer?
like the druggie.
it is a cool name for an instrument, the Mellotron.
Hey man, mellow.
no, try.
Here's Mellotron himself, Drone Tech. How are you?
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Hey,
Dude.
good to talk. I got to give you some credit. I could never personally sit through The View. You're a better man than I am. I could never do that.
Yeah, it's that's how I came up with the spew because it's spew inducing.
Mm.
It's not easy to watch. It has a gaslighting effect too, you know.
Yeah.
Because they're just such idiots and everything especially like Sarah Hines and the other one, I can't remember, but they're both supposed to be like the conservative women, and like all they do is bash Republicans. It's funny because that's like a what do you call that? An archetype or whatever in the media. You see a lot of those, like conservatives or Republicans, and that's all they do is like go after their own side. But there's like no like counterpart. There is no like Democrat in the media that goes after Democrats.
Who was the woman in the middle that was talking, Putin or something? And it was like, I don't know, it was like listening to the dumbest thing I've ever heard
Oh yeah,
in my
Joy
life.
Behar. Yeah, she's
No, she was on one side. Gee, I know. It must have been that Sarah woman because I
Sarah
know the
Hines,
others.
Yeah. Sarah Hines, yeah. I feel like she just said this. She said this stuff just so like somebody would make a video about her. She's like, man, people are making videos about everybody else, not me.
Let's
Just
get the
popularity,
boys on here.
popularity. Hey, Aphid.
Oh, man.
What's going on, guys?
Well,
Hey, McGrand, how you doing?
pretty good. That was like a moon landing there.
Good to see you, Aphid Lip.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, man.
Cheers, dude.
Same to you, buddy.
Mm.
Thanks for your song the other day, Aphid, by the way.
Oh yeah, glad
Yeah.
you liked it.
The Orwells.
Yeah,
Great.
How many of you have actually listened to Revolution Number 9, the Beatles song? It was on the White Album.
I have.
I have,
Number
unfortunately.
That-
I've
it's-
listened to like analysis of it.
That's not the one that you're. It's not Revolution. It's an avant-garde song. That's
Yeah.
Oh,
It was on the album. My sister had it.
yeah. It was on the album.
I
And-
watched a math teacher break it down on YouTube.
No,
Yeah.
it was a sweaty
Uh,
summer. I can tell you that. And it was in the Florida room. We had no air conditioning, and that thing was playing on the turntable, but it was
Yeah.
fitting. Sweating it.
Isn't it like 20 minutes of like a waiter sounding guy going number 9?
Pretty
Number
much.
9.
Yeah, that's the one.
It is.
And
It does.
That's
forces,
art, apparently.
it forces the
Aphid.
mind through a drug experience. Like that's
I listened to it. I don't know if I went through a drug experience.
well, not like you're euphoric or anything, but your mind is trying to understand the chaos. It's not normal.
Yeah, but neither is people even eating Tide Pods and shit. Would you call it the same experience?
I'm not sure. I've never eaten one. Never eated one.
I mean, eating
What's the right grammar?
No, you're right. But
Hey, excuse me. folks, I wanted to talk to Random. I saw your show last night. I really wanted to commend you, man. It was like you're really pretty good out there, man. You carry that show. You got the rhythm going, and
He's got to carry the show. It's his show.
no, I'm just saying I'm just. Do not diminish my accolades there, Last Dance.
No, I'm not
It's sort
there to
of
do that.
insulting.
Not at all.
I'm just saying that he did a fine job, and you got talent there, buddy. And I wanted anyway, I wanted you to know.
I think he hits too many of those notes, McRandy. I think he's got a cheater in that algorithm or something. Like 97%.
Don't tell him my secret.
The same way he plays video games.
Game genie.
I was gonna maybe I'll revisit a subject we sort of covered on Thursday night, Drone Tech, if you're cool with that.
Sure.
Your opinion on Hamas. Essentially, you, to summarize, said that's it. They got to go. By any means necessary. That's it.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, because no matter how it's done, it's gonna it's not gonna be like a pretty thing. Like, there's no way to do it nicely or humanely. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way of doing this other than what we did to defeat the Nazis in World War II. Total war.
Right. I guess they should try to mitigate civilian impact.
Right. Which they do. Right. Which they do. But you're dealing with an enemy that's.
Have they been trying to?
I mean, I think there has been maybe a little bloodlust going on, but it's a situation where Gaza is like one of the most densely packed, civilian cities in the world. Well, it's densely packed city in the world, right? One of them, I'm pretty sure. So, like, if Egypt, here's what bugs me is the total lack of criticism for any other country. Like, why is it on Israel to feed these people? Why is it on Israel to provide them water and aid and why isn't Egypt blamed? All these Arab countries purposely do nothing, and they get no criticism. Go for it.
All right. First of all, there's all kinds of international help that are rushing in to help.
Why isn't Egypt taking refugees from?
Because they have had the experience of the mass influx of Palestinian refugees over the last 50 fucking years. Same thing with Jordan, every other border. So that's because there has been some degree of consistent degradation of the ownership of land for the Palestinians in Israel. Israel is it's a dubious term because that was all under British control, and everybody fucked it up because it came out of the end of the Ottoman Empire, which was World War I. So it's you got to look at the long picture here, and forgive me, Drone Tech and everybody else, but the reality is what's going on today has happened 1,000 times over.
Oh, I know that.
And it's going to keep happening anyway.
Yeah.
So the reality is...
it won't. No. The reason it keeps happening over and over and over again is because Israel is hamstrung and not allowed to win the war. We get this new standard applied that we've never heard applied to a war ever before. This proportionality and all this kind of shit. No, Israel needs to go in. They need to wipe out Hamas and win the war. Period.
I beg to differ. That standard has been put in place by General McChrystal in Afghanistan. General Petraeus actually fucked him over. He told him to do it as his commander. And, if he doesn't have a gun,
we lost
you can't
that
shoot
war,
him.
right?
But, yeah.
Vietnam also. What might be another
You're talking
example.
about this, the first time you've seen those kind of restraints. And guess what? Anyway.
Can you show me like media articles and like a general narrative in the media and then society in general about proportionality and warfare applied to that Afghanistan or anything? I've not heard it. I don't know of it. I've looked. I know. I mean, I've looked.
I'm just countering your statement about letting them do whatever they want to do.
Right. I'm not saying necessarily that. I mean, we did blitzkrieg in there, and initially, but we ended up losing that war. We had to leave and retreat, and ironically, the weapons that we left behind, some of them ended up in the hands of Hamas in the initial attack here. But hey, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there is no way that Israel is going to obey the rules of proportionate response.
They shouldn't.
And they can't, because that demands that you basically only kill as many Hamas as killed you. Well, that's not going to work, because they'll just be if they do that, they'll have to repeat this in 5 or 10 years, and that doesn't make any sense. So I certainly hope that they go in with the only aim is to completely eliminate Hamas. No matter what I don't care what the international community says, because otherwise it's a total waste of all the blood they will have spilled unless they go in and eliminate
Last
them.
dance. May I submit something?
You may.
This is a possible outlandish thought. But is it possible that everybody on the news says that Hamas has not figured out the second quarter and the halftime and the third quarter and the fourth quarter of this war? And I am looking at it back, being a man of history, and I am seeing to myself that there's a bit of a draw in here. And in other words, that the whole process is retreat. If you'll notice what's happening in Gaza, it's all retreat. And in other words, Israel is denied a target. It's the same thing that Hannibal, they all used it. You draw them into the wilderness, And there's going to be this massive invasion. And guess what? It's a trap, because every avenue of approach, especially when you're using armor, is going to be predictable. Maybe this is part of the second stage of this process. Did you guys see the videos of those fuckers coming in with those parachutes and those propellers on their backs? Did you see that?
Yeah, we saw that.
Tell me that is not profound fucking training. That is a sign
absolutely.
right there.
They definitely
know
trained.
it was Russia funded Iran. Iran did the training. Obviously, yeah.
Do we know that it was Russia that backed Iran? Or
I think it was probably a bunch of I think it was
Yeah.
a bunch of Palestinian American kids that had the fucking smarts to see that shit. I saw those parachutes on Fort Lauderdale Beach, dude, with guys running along the beach trying to get up in the air. I never saw anything like that in my life. That was amazing.
Can I tell you what I think? I think I talked about this last time, but the fingerprint to me were the videos that they put out of their drone bombings on Israeli military targets. I mean, it looks straight out of Ukraine. And to me, that was like, that's who's got the premier experience with that right now? Russia. So,
but also, wouldn't they want to cause a distraction somewhere else to pull away from the Ukrainian front line?
absolutely,
No.
which it's working. Well, look at this.
I mean,
have you noticed? I heard
So you're saying
the media is starting to revert back to their old ways. So maybe it might not. It might go back to Ukraine pretty quick.
I got to tell you, the planning that must have been involved in this particular assault, this whole operation, had to be at least a year and a half, at least.
Yeah, it's a
from
pretty
today.
huge. It's a pretty huge failure on the intelligence side of
It's a
It's
tremendous
absolutely
failure on
amazing.
Israel.
Israel. Yeah.
This is a historical moment. It's like the big intelligence fuck ups.
Yeah,
When
it's
did we leave
very much
Afghanistan?
comparable to 9/11.
I mean, that's all the
Very
more
much
reason for Israel
It is.
to go in and remove Hamas completely.
Yeah, somebody
rather
tell
than,
me why. Somebody
You know-
tell me why Israel shouldn't just do everything they need to do. Because you know what? It's like, screw the rest of the world. They don't have to deal with this shit constantly.
You
Like,
know
if
what
I
it
was
comes
living there,
down to? You know what it comes down to? It's man's effortless, futile, and frustrated response to how do I get revenge for these fucking awful and
It's
terrible
more than that,
crimes.
though. It's
No,
more
it
than
is.
that.
And what we do is we get caught up in the fluster. And we should know that as Americans. We did that at 9/11. We got caught up in the fluster and we wanted to fucking kill everybody. And
No,
you know
that's
what? Sometimes you just gotta fucking stop.
Well, let
Yeah,
me
but
ask
we're
you
not
this,
under
Okay.
constant threat of attack for the last 40 years or whatever.
Dude,
Well, let
they've
me
only
ask
been
you
around for 50 years and 60 years, and they ended up planting themselves in the middle of the goddamn Arab world after the end of World War II. So what do you expect? We're doing what we can.
The Arab
but-
world, let me ask you, who were they allied with during World War II? Do you know? I'm sure you do.
Well, yeah, a lot of the Nazis, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we're dealing with Nazis. Like what? I've been
No.
saying that shit for 20 years too.
No,
I mean, going back
because-
20 years, you can probably find
but
forum
no,
posts
but
of me
if you
arguing,
look-
calling them Nazis.
If you look before World War II, that whole area was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. And in World War I, all that whole area was full of German advisors because they were allies with the Germans in World War I. So there's an affection there that's.
Well, they wanted to
you
kill
can't deny.
Jews. That's really the crux of it, though.
No,
No, it is. No, it is.
No,
it
it's
was.
not true.
No,
And
look,
those-
no, it is because they were
It's
killing
not
Jews before they
true.
even. No, it is.
And
They
in
were killing.
1918, 1920, there was Sabras. They were part of the geography of Palestine. There were indigenous Jews in Palestine. So you don't know
Right,
what you're talking
exactly,
about,
and they were killing them. There were like kill squads out targeting them,
they had,
and then they were like, "Oh, we
No.
want to get with the Nazis because we want to kill with Jews with you." Yeah, I'm gonna look because there were. I'm gonna look it up right now.
we're talking World War One, and you're talking Nazis. Which
I'm
was World
talking
War II, so-
just before World War II, just before World War II. There were. I'll look.
Okay.
Let me look it up. It's been a while since I've looked this.
We don't even have to worry about that, do we?
No, but I'm saying that's why they allied with the Nazis because it was literally it came down that they wanted to kill Jews with the Nazis. I mean, there was other stuff, obviously, but I'm saying like that was a
Dude,
big
you have no idea.
allying factor.
You have no idea. There were a lot of Jews that had brothers that were Muslims.
Did I just see
You don't
Pete's
understand.
Rosman's face?
Sabra Jews. are
I'm gonna
different
look this
things.
up real quick. You guys talk, and I'll
Look
bring
it
it
up,
up.
Brian. Look it up, Brian. Mate, honestly, it's there.
Hey,
No
Base.
problem.
Sorry?
Hey, Based
Yeah,
is here.
it's-
Hey, Based Welshman, you got off charges, brother. All clear?
No. There's, all the charges are there, but the case, well, we've won in the sense that it's not going to be a hostel anymore. You have to go back to a hotel.
I got you. So, but mum's the word for you on everything, basically. Still.
Well, there's over 40 of us.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, keep
That's
going,
nice.
buddy.
I mean, if enough of you argue against the fact, then yeah. That's
But what are you saying that hotel that they took the immigrants out of that space and it's now a hotel again?
Well, to be honest, they never arrived, but obviously that was what they were planning to do. They was planning to do that in June. So obviously the delays had obviously caused a problem with head office, should we say?
Mhm.
Well, congratulations on some type of
Victory
So-
for the community. Victory for the village and
So
community.
we're in mid-October, and you're talking about June.
Yeah, that's how long we delayed it.
Oh.
They give up.
Pretty good,
I
man.
see. That was an effort on your part. I see.
100 days. It was exactly 100 days.
Good for you.
Save what you can. It sounds like you guys are pretty fucked, but save what you can. I mean, and Based, you're the first one to say that, right? It's just it's
Yeah,
fucked up.
I mean, the reality is though, there was obviously 241 adventurers moving into that village, and
Oh my God!
and
Thank God, man.
And
You know what?
The end result is, let me just finish it. The end result is they're now going to go straight into social housing rather than go into a hotel. So, the British public that don't win.
Yeah,
Because
you're
obviously,
damn right about that.
yeah,
is that social housing just built just
Yeah,
literally.
yeah. So they don't
Nope.
go. They don't go on any waiting list. You know, you see people going on 5 more year waiting. You know, to get maybe like a room with,
And when
say,
you
a
say
3
people, you mean actual British citizens.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
their
no,
families, 2
my
kids,
mate's
2
been on
and they
a
live at the,
6-month waiting list
You
because
mean someone that's not a human being, Steve?
no.
No,
What
he's
about
talking about he's
people
talking
who
about
paid in.
actual British citizens
I-
are
paid
not
in.
getting housing, but these
Okay.
people who are fucking
no.
not
Well,
British.
What?
So we
Smoke? I got to tell you.
Yeah, but
I
wait,
think that's
wait,
bullshit.
the point. What is true? So it's because it's government. It's a government statement. It's what they say. The Welsh government said they don't want to go in the hotels. They want to go to social housing. So the reality of that is they don't go in any queue system. As soon as they're processed, they're going into social housing. So if people, for example, have had 2 kids and you know they can't afford that, you know, the house would say 2 bedrooms and their kids share a room. They go into social housing and they could wait years. And
No,
obviously, they just get pushed back every time. So people are going to get pushed back 241 times somewhere
crazy.
around the country.
no, my mate is still waiting to get a place on social housing, and he's got 2 kids.
Yeah.
And he's been waiting 6 months so far.
So
British
Get a
citizen, right?
place,
British citizen.
yeah,
Fuck
right.
crazy.
But they don't give a shit.
So this
Like,
in
oh no,
America,
sorry,
in America,
you
in
don't
America,
come from this country.
in America, we call this a problem with the supply chain. Like, for example, sometimes I go to the store for at least the last couple of years and I can't get my goddamn 12-pack of Bics. It's the same thing with you guys. There's
Hey, I posted
prioritization
some
going
links,
on.
by the way.
Yeah.
There's prioritizations of what's going on as far as housing and everything else. It's the same thing as a supply chain problem.
Yeah. So
So
Yeah, no,
obviously, Great Britain, based on you guys, your statements, gentlemen, my good friends
Finding
from
a
the
home
UK.
to live is exactly the same as shaving
I'm
your
saying
face.
that you are overextended, and that is what's happening. So for us, from an international perspective, that is illuminating, and we thank you for that that input.
well, New York.
Yeah,
That
don't
is special.
start offering them to take some of them over here. We don't fucking want
Hey,
it.
no.
Oh, Steve,
I'll come over.
come on, Steve. Steve, we got a lot of room, buddy.
New
We got a
York.
lot of room.
New
Hi,
York.
America. I'll join.
Let me tell you, boys.
It's not about
Have
the room. It's not about the
any
room.
of you ever driven across America?
It's not about the room. It's about the facility.
No, I'm talking about my American brothers.
The reason
I'm
why
talking about my American brothers.
The
Have you
reason
ever
why
driven across
the
America?
reason why vast areas of America are uninhabited is because there's fuck all there, right? And there's no reason for people to be living there. So if you want to stick people in the middle of nowhere, so you get a bit of a ghetto going on, carry on.
Can I
I
segue?
would carry on because I have driven across America, and you know what? You're disrespectful there, Base, because in every
What,
little
did you go to
fucking
every
town,
Cracker
in every
Barrel?
little town along that dreadful fucking abandoned countryside, there is a goddamn restaurant. There is a place where you can stop, and that is fucking America. And they got fucking
The
businesses
main
going
road's
on all
taking the
around.
business. The main
Exactly.
interstate took the business away. So
Right.
so you
I'm
can't
just talking
support.
about. Here's the problem with you guys over there.
Sadly,
You have a
it's the same in the
lost
UK. It's the
adventure.
same in the
Look,
UK.
You,
So it seems
you
like
don't know
Bass
about
knows what he's talking about.
pioneers. You don't know about people walking out in the swamp or
McGraw.
making a new life for themselves. Because you're all afraid, like Drone Tech is.
Right.
McGrady, there is a great documentary by a guy called Dave Gorman that travels from the most eastern side to the most western side to most
Yeah,
eastern
I
side
watched
of
it.
America
Yeah.
by trying to go to mom and pop shops.
Nice.
Like he can't use gas stations. It doesn't end well.
I mean, I haven't driven everywhere, but I've driven all over the country. I've driven from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Yeah, but can you do it by mom and pop shops? Like
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
everything that you buy.
I think
has to be-
what it is that I'm trying to express the fact that although it is not documented, we should not underestimate the power of the American people and their
McGrandy.
ability.
They're not American.
McRandy, what do you think about the American people that are currently hostages right now?
Yeah.
In Gaza. What is your reflection on that scenario?
I gotta tell you, you want to be cold and calculated.
Whatever.
I mean,
let's cold and
we
calculated.
all
Unless we're
want
talking
them to
about the
be
Palestinians.
well and everything else. They're stuck in tunnels. The most stupidest thing we could do is try and rescue them. The better off, in the long term, these people have a history. They have a history of keeping people alive because they realize they're worth money. So the best thing to do is carry on with the fucking mission.
Okay.
Clear the area, and I'm sorry. Hopefully, the hostages, those guys are smart enough to know how to take care of them during an assault.
Yeah,
Because
McGrandy.
they're worth a lot of money. They're worth a lot.
The people who want to kill the hostages, like, are supposed to protect them? No, they're not. They're fucked.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
hostages
dude.
are completely fucked.
Dude, that's nonsense. That's
Okay,
just like no, that's propaganda. They are worth money.
They are in extreme peril. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you see people? Did you see people hauling ass south in Gaza on the video on the internet?
Hey, what's your point?
They have their goats with them.
What does that have to do with the hostages?
That means, do you think that those fucking those Hamas guys are gonna fucking kill them?
One of they're gonna shag them.
They're moving within 1 million people, 400 miles south, and they're bringing their goat.
Even if they don't kill them on purpose, they're in the middle of a war. They're being used as human shields.
Ryan, they left their women and took their goat with them.
Yeah,
That's right.
I love your background, dude.
So
They took their loved ones with
So
them.
cool.
obviously, there's some emotional involvement here. I'm talking sense.
Well, the
here.
goats, I know they like their goats.
I'm just saying that's an example of
Me too.
the evidence that
Okay,
you see
McGrandy.
how these people think.
McGrandy, can I ask
Open
you
your mind and
McGrandy.
stop being a biased little bitch, base.
McGrandy, can I ask you a
Relax.
question? Can I ask you a question?
I don't have to relax last dance.
Okay. Do you think the Israeli forces and the IDF? Do you think that they're terrorists?
No, not at all.
Okay. Do you think Hamas are terrorists?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and real quick, I just want to point out I did post proof, or at least
It
a
contradicts McGrandy's story, that's for sure.
right. I'm just saying. Yeah, my point was telling you that one of the main reasons that the Mufti joined the Nazis, the Palestinians basically became allies with the Nazis. They really wanted to kill Jews, and they were doing it long before. They were like Husseini, the Mufti was organizing operations to kill Jews long before World War II, and up until just before.
I know all about it. He was around before even the World War II started.
Yeah,
right, the world he was
right. Yeah, Adolf was.
I posted that. Yeah. My point was that he was killing Jews all that time. He was all about killing Jews.
Drone Tech, you gotta forgive me, buddy. I knew you from Live Week. You know what? I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna carry on, boys.
Well, I'm just curious about. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Oh,
He's grown since then, is he?
This is just a broad question about Hamas. Like 3 questions. Is there an identifiable army?
No.
Right?
No, they're not going to wear uniforms.
Is there a government that's proper, like a government that you can literally identify?
No, yes, there is. There is a government in Hamas.
I mean, right.
They have ministers, they have bureaucrats, they have buildings, they have departments, they have a government.
They
might not be
they are
meeting
a
in
company.
right now.
They are a political organization. They are not in
It's-
control of Gaza.
It's a war, or it's a total war. I mean, it's on a war footing from the opening. That's
So
all.
they're
Do you know where the Hamas headquarters was? It's in a hospital, the Al Shifa hospital.
There you go. That's what I mean. That was going to lead to my third question.
I'm sorry.
Is
Of a
there,
preschool.
is there an identifiable infrastructure?
No. It is
So
one of those.
how do you eliminate this? How do they
you
predominantly not just
Right.
evacuate and leave? And they, like, half of them might just Go off.
Steve, I can answer that. There's only one way.
Okay.
There's only one way, and that is you move in, infantry, armor, and you clear. And it's very much what the Russians and the Syrians did in Syria. You clear, you destroy every house in front of you, and you keep moving on, and you have armor with infantry behind them, and that's what you do.
So
And
what's
I don't
going to
know.
happen?
I don't think Israel's ready to do that. By the way,
No,
but that's the way.
apparently
you
they're
do it.
about to go in with land, sea, and air.
Well,
So
they're-
if they get to
dude,
this
it's a
point
big
of-
jerk off. I got to tell you right now, it's a
If they
big
get to
jerk
this
off.
point
The
of-
fucking
of-
Israel. You know what? God bless the Israelis, but they fucked up this time.
I mean,
They
what,
fucked up this time.
okay.
And
What rocks my boat a little bit, and I can't understand it, and I'll like everyone's opinion if I could, is that they were clueless to the imminent attack. Now, from what I know about the Israelis and Gaza and Palestine and all that,
yeah.
it's very, very, very controlled. You can't sniff without someone hearing it, or you can't do anything. The informants.
Joe Biden wouldn't appreciate that law.
Holiday.
The
It was a holiday.
The informant.
Holiday. It was a holiday.
You
Wait
mean
there.
people like gathering on the border? What were those things? Powered gliders?
No.
Paragliders.
What I'm trying to say is they're electronical devices, where they know exactly what's going on. They got informants near enough
Holiday.
everywhere.
Nobody
Fuck your
was
holiday.
watching the
Fuck your
machine.
holiday. No, what are you on about?
No, nobody was watching the
We're talking
machine. You're
about-
making a perfect point, Base.
Let him finish, please.
Yeah, honest to God. He said
Why should I, Last Dance?
Well, because he let you finish.
We're on a
He
panel.
did?
Yeah,
He
I
did.
let you finish. Right,
Is he like standing up like he's looking at you like a tough guy?
Yes,
What is
I
that
am.
fucking move?
I'm looking
Your
at
head-
Last Dance.
Okay.
Your head's cut off.
Let me just qualify my points. Mossad, I think we could all agree, one of the most successful intelligence agencies, and their intelligence agencies generally are one of the most successful in the world. When you think about the size of them, we're not on about like America with we're on about the size of the country and the size of their intelligence services, their technology and everything. They would have sniffed something coming through, surely. They've got people sat there, whether it's a holiday, which is the
So
most
what is
retarded
your
thing ever.
point?
My
He'll
point
get
is-
to it.
My point is this some sort of 4D chess? Could this
No.
Could this be something to say, okay, this is our chance? Because Netanyahu's on charges at the moment, correct?
Yeah, he's always in trouble. If
so you're saying
if not
it's within
legally,
the-
then politically.
So you're saying there's some elements within the Israeli government that are actually propagating this or allow this to
what
happen
I'm saying is,
to undercut Netanyahu. Is that what you're saying?
I'm finding it very hard to believe that they didn't know or sense.
I agree
I
with
don't
you.
find it hard to believe at all.
I agree with you.
I would like last dance.
But I said it's a holiday. That's a factor you
That's all
cannot
I-
dismiss.
That's all I
Yeah,
hear
we
is
heard
your
that.
voice. Okay.
I know.
You're big with that.
What do you
Thank
think,
you,
last
Steve.
dance or Steve or anyone like that?
So
What do
you
think?
got to
Steve, for
remember
your
that,
tolerance.
like anywhere in Israel, all politics is local. And what was happening in Israel was that there were trouble with the settlements, and then raids going on back and forth, and
Bullshit.
and that's where they had concentrated their troops were basically somewhere else.
All right.
And this was very well planned.
Yeah.
And you always underestimate your enemies, when they have a successful attack, and that's what happened here.
But it was
Hamas knew where the defensive and sensors were. They knew everything,
Yeah.
and they came with more men than the Israelis ever thought they did, with more coordination than they ever had before. It was a very well done exercise.
I've seen interviews with IDF soldiers in the past, and they said you can't even go anywhere near the walls. The sensors will pick you up. It's so super controls, and
All right.
Well,
in the
Welshman.
past that's been the case as far as I know.
I haven't heard anyone call out a false flag yet, but
That's what Based is hinting at.
Well, I am.
Is
I
he
mean, I
hinting
hear it
at
in
a
the
false
background.
flag as much as a wag the dog sort of thing. I don't know.
Like they let it happen.
Well, yeah, that they let it happen. So they,
No, it's a classic
another
failure.
thing.
Well,
Well,
actually,
can I speak to Ryan or someone else? Is
well,
this your
Base,
language?
Base, you've been talking for a while. Can I?
I know I am, but I'm bringing something, and I just want a varied opinion.
But I
Am I
want to help
crazy,
you with the
or
conclusion.
could this be 4G chess in some crazy way? What's going on here?
Well,
I mean, I
okay.
don't think so.
I'm a Star Trek guy.
Ryan?
So I understand that. So,
Or anyone
There we
else
go.
apart from him?
here we go. All right, I'm working on my camera here. But here's what I'm coming down to.
No. Anyone else apart from McGrande, please, and then we'll change the subject if we have to.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
change it.
I-
Change it.
I on a world stage for how the deception used and what countries done what. I'm always skeptical, but I don't have proof and I'm not digging. I just am on the background just watching it happen and not ruling anything out.
Do you find it hard to believe that they were like completely surprised by everything? Because that's what I'm finding it hard to believe. That's
Well,
what makes me
I
think.
believe
Maybe they have
Yeah.
some sort of jamming technology. I don't know.
Possible.
My point
It's
is,
surpri-
it's come to a
surprising that they
conclusion.
had. It's surprising that they had such a failure
Yeah.
of that.
Oh,
I mean, but I was enlightened a bit and to realize that Israel is literally got these giant fucking barriers all around it to stop
Boot them while you
people
can. Just boot them off.
from
well,
getting.
did you guys hear about?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about this?
I didn't
Iranian?
realize that. And then one more quick thing, like there was a small kibbutz, I think it's called. Last Dance, you can correct me if I got that
Yeah.
wrong.
Kibbutz.
So there was like a gate to get in, and a car pulled up and put its security pass up, and a couple of guys ran around the car and ran in with AKs and just started wasting people right away in this area. And
I
that's
think-
literally how some of them got in. It was that simple, like a keyed
Yeah.
entry system through a gate. And
Yeah.
then, I mean, so yeah, it's almost like these wild fucking animals were just, seething on the outside to get in and just start killing people. Like
Yeah.
by air, they get a fucking tractor and smash down the wall, and guys are just running through. Whatever way they could get in, they would
Yeah.
get in. It's just
It's the tale as old as time. You set up, your best defenses. It seems to work for 15, 20 years, and you become complacent. And meanwhile, the other guy is adapting and adjusting and planning, but you don't see it. When they attack, they do it with more cleverness than you expected. They time it at the right time because they know they've been paying attention to your troop movements. They have a partner in Iran who has a big intel organization and all sorts of assets that they can use. And
Do you think they had intel on snatch and grab for U.S. hostages?
it's possible, but I doubt it. I think they just took
Can I add
them
something to that?
as targets of opportunities. You could go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to, just before I forget, because I might. Did you guys hear that it turns out that there was some, and he was in both the Trump administration, I guess, and the Biden administration, but he's an Iranian spy in the State Department.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Like, who knows? Maybe this guy was like feeding them information. Like, and it's funny, they just got him like around the same time. So
Well, maybe
it's possible.
Donald Trump was too. He was showing.
What's DDS coming
Defense.
through now?
Send him some of those documents he had.
Yeah. He had Russians without any American interpreters.
I mean, but I heard Biden say the other day that the £6 billion they gave to Iran was only going to go to humanitarian. I'm sure that was the case.
No.
When was the
absolutely
attack?
Not. Hey,
when was
dude,
the attack?
You know what?
last week.
Based
What week ago?
are 6 people worth? 6
Well,
people.
Well,
6 people.
check this out.
Were
Check
held
this out.
hostage. Let's put this in context.
Obviously,
I
Biden's comment.
hate this skirting shit. But we
Yes,
did a
sir.
trade for hostages. That's what we did. Right?
How does that work?
We paid. We got some hostages back, American citizens, and we released money that had been held up for maybe fucking 20 years.
Yeah, we unfroze it.
Well, let me ask you this, McGrande.
Can I?
Why didn't we arrange this deal when Obama was making the nuclear deal? Why didn't we arrange to get the hostages out at the same time?
What you know? What? What were you thinking
It was
was
Trump's
Donald
fault. It was
Trump was talking about bringing the head of the Taliban to Camp David to celebrate the end of the Afghan war?
I think that would have been a good idea.
Yeah. And guess what happened? What happened in Afghanistan that everybody's blaming Biden for
I don't blame
is
him.
actually the culmination of Donald Trump's fucking suicidal fucking
Just wants eternal
management
war.
policy.
You just want eternal war.
That was a smart policy, and it was the only good thing
Yeah, guess what
Biden
happened?
did.
Yeah, it was. And guess what happened? It fell apart, and who's blaming everybody?
What fell apart?
To the whole evacuation. Who's hanging on to the airplanes?
You're colonialist.
You guys
It didn't
are all
fall.
idiots.
Everybody knew it was going to fall
No,
apart.
you know what? You know what? You're apologists.
I'm not
just
apologizing for anybody.
No, you
He
make
just wants perpetual
excuses.
war. He
Who am I
just
you
making
make-
excuses for?
You're making excuses for Donald Trump.
What did he do wrong? What am I making an
Donald
excuse
Trump
for?
got a Middle East peace deal. He moved the
North
embassy to
Korea.
Jerusalem. Probably the most pro-Israeli president
And-
ever.
And he was on the way to normalizing relations with the Taliban.
Wait,
which
you're
we-
talking about the Jared and Saudi
He's
prince.
just got a,
That's
he's
one
just
of the
got a
reasons
trust
this attack
fund.
might have happened.
That's
actually.
like fucking what? What was that? 10 billion?
CDS.
Jared's in control. He's buying,
CDS. Massive
he's
CDS.
buying real estate in the United States. And guess what? Jared's
It's
building
still
a building
inflicting
pretty
people.
close to me
It's
over
still
there.
inflicting people after 3 years.
Oh no, building
It's
a
still
building.
inflicting people. It's TDS he's got. He's
Hey,
suffered it all the time.
I don't know what this means. Maybe probably nothing. But this I posted in the chat, our private chat here. This high level Iranian
Back door
spy,
open.
Yeah, I saw
high
that.
level Iranian spy ring was busted, and the story dropped on the 1st of October.
Damn
Or I'm
close.
sorry, yeah, on the 1st of October. On the 7th, the attack happened. I don't know. That's kind of a weird, like just days
No,
apart.
dude,
You know,
let's be clear about this drone tape.
It's Trump.
maybe that had
Iran-
something to do with it. Maybe they were funneling information.
They
I'm
did. Listen to me. I'm
Trump.
going to give you an education. Hamas.
I was just saying this in
Here's the
regards
funny
to
thing.
how they
Hamas-
got through the fences. That's all.
Wait, dude. I'm going to give you an education.
Hamas
Listen,
support Trump.
Hamas are
Trump's
Sunni. You believe that? They're
We
Sunni.
know that, so move on.
Wait,
Don't be so
Shut
condescending.
God damn it. God damn it. Let me finish. Last dance. You see, you know what? I remember if you were lively, you little bitch. Come here.
I love
So
that you're
here's
from
where-
Lively.
Wait.
That's great.
I'm going to give you an education. I'm going to give you an
I'm
education.
going to give you
Now
education.
you're being
Hamas-
condescending again. Don't give me
Hamas-
an
Don't be
Hamas
condescending.
is
I'm gonna give you
Sunni.
an education.
Hamas is
Yeah.
Sunni. Hezbollah is Shiite.
Oh, really?
Iran is
Wow.
Shiite.
Wow.
And guess what's happening?
Yeah, I know.
Hamas is supported by Iran.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't
Go
it-
on.
Pretty crazy.
When's
so,
the
Actually,
education
that's
going to
pretty
start?
wild, actually.
So that is a leap. They're reaching
'Cause
over.
they hate each other, right?
Yeah,
Good
damn
challenge.
right. You got Iraqi in Iraq. You got Sunnis killing Shiites. You got Shiites killing
That's more of an
Iraqis.
internal thing.
But
though,
yeah,
right?
no, it's not internal at all. Iraq is controlled by Iran. So in this one instance, okay, in this one instance, Hamas is being supported by fucking Iran. So what does that mean? And you know what? I got one.
It means the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's all that means.
That's what that
No,
means,
but-
exactly.
That's true. In the simple form. In the simple form, it is. But I have one question. You guys are going to
I'm
laugh
waiting
at
for
me.
the education. I'm waiting for the education.
All right,
Me too.
I'm giving you the education right now.
Oh,
But I already knew that.
I want.
We already know there's different sects to Islam. We know one's called Sunni, one's called Shia. there's
I'm
another-
talking about the paradox.
Another.
What does that mean? It's
I knew that
evidence.
too.
Then you got
It's
Shia,
evidence.
right?
It's evidence of the fucking level-headedness fucking Iran.
That's what I said
They
an
are
hour
a
ago.
serious threat to Saudi Arabia. It's not even about Israel anymore.
Oh, God.
It's
Right, it's
Saudi
almost like
Arabia.
there's two sects of them killing each other, but then there's another thing that's worse than either of each other. To them, it's the Jews.
I got to
And
tell you this.
they're willing to gather together
Nah,
to go against.
I got to tell you this.
That's the big problem. That's what it could escalate to. So that is the major
All right.
problem. Is
All right,
if they
so-
all group together.
What?
Hey, hold
So
on.
that wasn't the point he was making.
I want to steer the
Was it? That's not
conversation.
even the point he's making.
Hold on.
No, I want to steer the
David Grandy,
conversation.
before you steer the conversation, can I just like throw out there that that Iran foreign minister Hussein Ami, I can't say his name, is threatening a huge earthquake in Israel if they continue their attack in Gaza, and he's saying that he said this. He said, "I know about." He said this. He said, "I know about the." This is a translation.
It's Hezbollah.
I know about the scenarios that Hezbollah has put in place. Any step the resistance will take will cause a huge earthquake in the Zionist entity. I want to warn the war criminals and those who support this entity before it's too late to stop the crimes against civilians in Gaza, because it might be too late in a few hours. This just dropped like a couple hours
Who
ago.
was that
Yeah.
from again?
It's the Iranian foreign
Interior
minister.
foreign minister.
And
He's
who's
just-
addressing directly that threat, I guess, is
To
direct.
Israel, yeah.
To
I posted the
Israel
link
and
in private.
slightly to United States.
This is clutter.
He's just
It's
talking
clutter.
about sending Hezbollah in.
Right,
This
it's
is
like,
clutter.
all right, 2006 again, where Hezbollah got their asses spanked.
Yeah,
You know what I
mean,
think? When I think about 2006 Israel and Hezbollah, I think of night vision footage with their like cook helmets with the meshes over them. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I got to tell you, Drone Tech, if you remember
Please
correctly,
Please.
fucking Hezbollah, fucking. This is a sign. This is actually history.
Oh, please.
Hezbollah bled.
Hezbollah is destroying Lebanon. Like Hezbollah needs to be destroyed too, for the sake of Lebanon.
Fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck
Hezbollah.
up, dude.
No, I'm going to say that to you
Be
because you
honest.
said that to me. Go back in the history, dude. You check it out. You said, shut the fuck up. So I'm going to say it to you because I'm going to give you some history.
No, you said it first.
Hezbollah bled Israel. They
I
bled
mean,
them.
McGrandy, you're just being abrasive, dude.
I know.
Are you drunk or are
I
you
mean,
just
Oh,
like?
yeah, I'm
You know,
absolutely
like-
drunk.
He's always drunk when he comes
You're
on.
being totally
Have you been
abrasive.
smoking?
This is the
Shocking.
second person in a row that you're like basically attacked, and
All right.
it's
Steve.
bullshit, dude.
All right.
No, I like that you're opposition. I like having opposition, but
What do you want me to do, Steve? I can leave if you want.
It brings out
I mean-
it brings out your true self.
just be chiller, man. Just chill
Yeah,
out a little bit.
You're not chill. Like this is just a fucking
Steve,
chill place, dude. Try
yeah.
to be a little more conversational and a little less, like controlling and,
Yeah,
and
we're giving
educational
opinions.
because you're
We're
not
giving-
going to educate anybody
You're right.
here.
It's
You know what,
opinion.
Steve?
It's
You're
no
right,
one's right
Steve.
and wrong
It's not
at all.
about me. I'm reaching out to you, boys. I apologize.
Yeah, we're all giving opinions.
Standing
but
down.
It's opinions. It's not facts, and especially with the Middle East.
No, these are all facts.
These are
all facts.
We're giving a lot of
I-
opinions. They're
I can
opinions.
step away, boys. I can do that.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It'll be
should-
boring
if,
then.
if you can't take different opinions, then you should step away.
No, I can absolutely take it, but I
Okay,
just
so
don't
we're
want to
talking
offend
about
Steve.
opinions. We're talking about a lot of opinions.
It's not.
Well,
a,
there-
no, it's not. McGrande, let me tell you. I've told you this before. It's not about your offending Steve. Here's your biggest problem: is you have a strong opinion and you want to talk about everything everybody says, but then every time everybody says something, you have to interject your opinion on top of it. Well, there's 7 of us,
Right.
and it's one person talking, and then you talk in
Good
between
math,
the
Adrian.
next person talking.
That's
So
correct.
it's you talk like 7 times more than everybody else does.
All right.
And I understand you want to talk about it, you know.
All right.
But
Yeah, I
sometimes
do.
you just
I
gotta
do.
hold back and only give us
I
your
know.
best. You know what
I
I'm
know.
saying?
I know. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what I call it? It's called the Arizona gas station attendant syndrome. I sit out in the desert, I work that gas station, and all of a sudden somebody pulls up and they need to fill up with gas, and I can't help but talk to them.
No, yeah, right.
And that's what just happened. So
Passionate. That's all.
I appreciate it. I am passionate. And you know what? I appreciate the opportunity to participate with you guys. But you're absolutely right. I can be overwhelming. Ask my wife.
Yeah, and I'll
Well,
emphasize
most of us have
again,
known you for long enough that we know.
All right.
this subject is very much about opinions. There's not a lot of facts in it a lot of the time, especially what we're talking about. So when you come across like saying educate and let me, I said it's
Well,
the point is that let's not talk indefinites, especially on this subject. Let's talking, opinions more than definites, huh?
yeah, yeah, you're
Unless
right.
unless it's unless it's like a yes or no definite sort of.
I do, for the most part, I'm not bullshitting.
I mean, I do want to circle back to the hostage situation because, like McGrandy, I understood that you said we should just kind of like not worry about him and do whatever we're gonna do. But the question is, what are we gonna do over there? Isn't the whole purpose of us being over there just to get our people out and then peace out?
Americans.
No, if everybody was out, we'd still be interested in.
We don't
Our
control
hands.
everything.
Democracy?
RW, I don't think we're planning. I think we're ready, and that's one of the reasons we're moving over there. We're ready with rescue teams, but I don't think we expect to have an opportunity to use them.
You think
Have
it's
you guys-
okay and safe for our ships to be over there?
I think it's
Yeah.
very dangerous, and I think
I think
it's going to be very
fucked up.
expensive. You never just just send a ship anymore because they're too vulnerable. You send an entire, basically a task force that covers all the defenses, and it's very expensive. It's very intense, and it's tough on the troops because they're in an alert status for long periods of times, and that they're on hair trigger, and it's dangerous. That shots will be. What? We lost him.
His
think-
feelings get we're too hurt.
I think having our Navy there is definitely dangerous. I agree with Last Dance because,
I said this
especially
earlier
because
in my
Iran.
intro.
Right.
Well, Iran has been like really showing off their anti naval,
Yep.
weaponry, and I think
Anti-ship
they can hand
missiles
that
and
shit off to them, to Hamas.
yeah.
They
Yes.
can easily use it.
Slowpoke Joe's up there
Oh,
saying maybe we'll
you guys-
send a second carrier over just for good measure. I'm like, great idea. Yeah, awesome.
No, he was.
Put them
He
all
was
right there.
tonight. He was all into talking about trans and gay people. So I mean,
That
he's-
was fucked up.
About sending them over there?
yeah, I think so.
Don't
Did you guys
confuse
see that
him. He
video?
doesn't need any help.
Oh, sorry.
Did you guys see that video from Israel? I'll link it here. Of
Put it in the back chat. That's where I like it.
Backdoor
Yeah.
man.
Straight up the back chat.
it's Israeli Navy shooting. They shoot Hamas ship or a boat, and then they drive up on the boat and they start the Hamas are surviving and swimming. They just gun them down like close range from their boat.
I saw them shoot the boat, but I didn't see the gun the
I just
survivors
posted
now.
it in private chat.
Okay.
I'll check that out. Reminds me of
That's
the
not
old
what we call it
video
around
from-
here.
Remember
Back chat.
the backdoor chat.
Exactly.
There was a video circulating on the internet back in the Live League days of a small band of pirates who got partially sunk and were hanging onto their boats.
Seen it.
Remember this, guys? And the
Yeah,
guys
they
on the
shot
ship, fucking just, you saw
Shot
the
them.
water turning red around them. I want to say the sailors who were doing the shooting were like from an Asian country, but I'm not sure about that. But that was like an old Live League days video.
Yeah.
Do you remember it, Drone Tech?
Which one? Say it again.
It was like guys on like a Somali pirate boat that got kind of sank, and they're all floating around in the water.
Oh,
and
yeah.
just getting lit up. You can see the rounds like passing through the water near them as they.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was. Was it a U.S. military ship that shot him down, or
No,
was
I
it?
think it was like
no.
It was like a private
Chinese
security.
hauler.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Chinese hauler.
Steve,
Okay, yeah.
how I remember.
There's a lot. There's a few videos like that. Yeah.
They weren't pirates. They were fishermen, and they just mowed them down.
Oh,
And then they just picked them off. That's how I remember it.
Well,
I know
that's the story that came out recently when we were initially told back in the day they were pirates.
yeah. That's the thing about that's been a thing with these videos going back all the way back then is that videos get re-uploaded multiple times with completely different like stories.
Mhm.
That was always one of my things on the Live League channel was that I was getting the videos from the source with the accurate story.
I got two questions as a imbecile
It was
on
a
the
circle back.
subject.
It was like a circle back. It would be like a circle back, wouldn't it?
Circle back.
Circle back.
Like a back chat. Circle back.
called the
what
taco.
is the Palestinians? How do they view Hamas? Like, are they like
That's a great
totally
question.
all for them? And
They
I heard
support
they,
them.
I heard
I
it was
can give
about
you links.
is there a percentage? Is there any good?
I heard it
estimate
was
on
over 50% that was
It's-
strong supporters.
Right. It's around 56% strong, and then like there's they varying levels of support, but basically they all support them. I mean, it's a very like large support base.
Right.
It's more than the majority.
Now, an interesting question would be, do they support this particular action given the results on their general?
Well, I'm sure not
lives?
now they don't.
I'll post the links.
It's probably complicated, you know. I mean, put yourself in their shoes. They're probably happy when their enemy is suffering. At the
Right.
same time, you know, they'd probably rather not go through this experience. And if it was their choice, I suspect most would not have approved this, not because they have any objection to killing their enemy or killing civilians, because they just don't want to go through more war. They know they're going to suffer.
Right.
And, you know, most people, they're just people. They don't.
Basically, is this what you're saying? That they were at first they were like, "All right," and then they were like, you know, look
Yeah.
behind them.
I think
Well,
they
yeah,
knew.
No,
literally,
it's-
like
They
when the
knew.
guy's when the guy's walking down the road with his 2-year-old in one hand and he's dragging a bag of clothes behind him, and the wife has got another bag of clothes, and they're fleeing and to get to the south part of Gaza.
Right.
Yeah, they probably are regretting it at that point.
I guarantee you that even when they were celebrating, they knew that this was what
They
was
knew.
going to happen. This was
Yeah,
what was
they
going to
knew.
happen.
I mean, what were they expecting in it last night? What would they be expecting?
Right.
To do that?
And I mean, it's not. It doesn't mean they deserve to suffer just because they celebrated the misery of others. It's just human nature to celebrate the misery of whoever you think is your enemy.
So currently, for the last week, Hamas has been in the tunnels, and the population of Gaza have been in their homes. But the difference is, let me qualify it again. We started better. Hamas have been safely in their tunnels, while the population of Gaza are in their homes.
Yeah, I mean, they don't care about the civilian casualties. That's why they put their headquarters in a hospital, because
Hospital, yeah.
they use the civilians as human shields.
Has anyone here been following China and Taiwan? Because I'm curious if that's going to pop off by the early next year.
Trying to
Well,
do
I
it.
mean, that they said the same thing when Ukraine popped off that
Right.
that was going to happen, and
Yeah.
I don't see why China would. Why would China start a war when they could just wait and in 10 years they'll just be able to buy Taiwan for pennies on the dollar?
Yeah, that's a fair
I don't
point.
know.
Rich.
To me, it seems like they're spreading America out in a sense and giving them a lot to deal with. So
I mean, they're growing and they're becoming economically stronger, more militarily stronger. Eventually, they'll become so strong that they won't need to fire a shot. They'll just knock on the door, and Taiwan said, "Where have you been?" And that'll be that.
I mean, in that sense, they could buy America too.
Exactly. We should be worried. They're becoming. They're growing faster by far than we are.
now my second question is, if anybody, you know, a lot of people look at the way the Israelis treated the situation as genocide, and if this is any different from, like, you know, if some cowboy town with,
Okay.
you know, hold on, established,
I'm not going to interrupt you.
established, you know, like you know, gold mining town got attacked by Indians or something, if it would be similar to that.
Let me.
That would be an interesting occurrence in this day and age.
Let
No,
me.
I mean I'm talking about back, you know, 100-something years ago.
Well, yeah,
There's
so
an active shooter at.
There's
Texas
no gold
State Fair.
rush.
Let me share with you I get tired of this.
What?
The word genocide is. I don't like that
Yeah.
word. It's misused. So I want to show you this. Share screen.
I'm not saying that's not my view. I'm just.
No,
I've
I'm not
heard
saying
that
it's your
brought
view, but
up.
I've heard it too.
Yeah.
So there's the numbers. Okay. If this is genocide, then so is this. I mean, genocide isn't 2,000 killed on one side and 1,300 on the other.
Can someone educate me on West Bank? Why is that separate? Like, how does that fit in and everything?
West Bank is just geographically distinct from Gaza, but it's also a place where
And it's-
Palestinians are.
So you got
Yeah, it's
West
generally controlled by another group called Fatah. Although,
Right.
is that still a thing?
Hezbollah.
It still is barely, yeah.
No, Hezbollah's in Lebanon.
Hezbollah is Lebanon.
Yeah.
Well, aren't they the same as Hamas, pretty much?
No.
No.
No,
Oh,
No,
they're not. Okay.
Fatah was
They're-
voted out.
I told
and
you
then
I'm ignorant. I'm ignorant on all
Yeah,
this
they're Shia.
I thought
They're
Fatah
Shia group.
was the previous, and now it's Hamas.
Yeah.
No,
Not in the West
Fatah
Bank.
has always been a separate group.
Okay.
Because
But they
Fatah
got kicked
Fatah
out.
was led by Ahmud Abbas, or I think, right? Is that his name?
Mahmoud.
Mahmoud Abbas? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
The Palestinian Authority is basically Fatah is an arm of the Palestinian Authority.
What
Right,
you got to what
exactly.
you got to worry about, chaps, is if all the Muslim world now come up and unite, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be it'd be a world war then, and
Yeah, it would be.
this could like you hearing what Ryan just said shortly, about firing and like making an earthquake. Well, when someone says that means nuclear to me. I don't know what it meant. to
right.
you.
Yeah, I think that's the implication. Yeah.
I think that would be a.
Sorry, what was the implication for nuclear? Where? I missed that.
Well,
The earthquake from
yeah.
Interior Foreign Ministry of
I
Iran.
think
Well,
they're definitely using ambiguity, and that's
Right.
part of that ambiguity. But
Well,
But to me, an earthquake
That-
is not.
that's
But sorry,
that's
just real quick.
That's what
That's
it's
like
insinuating.
boots coming at you. The
No.
vibration of the earth from
No,
boots.
no,
coming
no.
at you.
It's ambiguous, right?
Yeah.
Well,
But
if
what's
you
the
re-
only
if
thing
you-
that can really cause an earthquake?
Yeah, if you read it again, that's right. That is literally.
And they
what-
constantly threaten that from Iran. I mean, remember, this is the wipe off the map people.
Well,
So-
as far as we know, they don't have
And
a large.
and they
scale
are the
nuclear
12th Imam
weapons.
cult, so they believe in like nuclear annihilation and bring about the 12th Imam.
They don't have nuclear weapons, as far as we know.
Oh,
Don't they? I thought they did successfully
yeah, they are.
test underground nukes.
They've got nuclear. They've got nukes. They haven't got long range nukes. That's what they haven't got.
We didn't leave any of those behind, right? In Afghanistan, that would be bad.
Hopefully not.
Well,
Yeah, we just
Yeah.
we
Hold
just
on.
left them sitting there.
well, no, you're
Couple
right. You
nukes.
might be right about that. Actually, as of July 10th, 2023, U.S. intelligence assessment says Iran not currently developing a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Which
I mean, we don't know. I mean, that's our best guess.
that's true. I don't know why I was suddenly thinking they did have one, but that's
But
true.
what about
They-
long range missiles anyway? You can smack
I'm thinking
your
of North Korea doing underground
Can you
tests.
say it again? Can you say that statement again, man? Currently, didn't it?
Yeah, it said U.S. intelligence assessment says Iran not currently developing nuclear weapons, and that's from July. That's AP.
Because that doesn't mean it hasn't got them or has got them. It's currently developing.
It says it's not currently trying to, but I find that so hard to believe. I just can't believe that
A
at
news
all.
article will make you feel better than you're doing all right.
Right? I don't.
Yeah,
It still doesn't say whether
Remember-
they've got them or not. It just
I
says
think
But
a
there-
better.
There were
Currently
UN
not.
inspectors getting in for a while, and getting some inspections in.
yeah, but they were getting.
What a fucking farce that was.
Yeah, it was a total shit show. They were at it all the time.
It's so fake. I mean, so stupid. But
Well,
whatever.
here's another thing. So here's a weird thing. Here's a Fox News article from July 9th that says Iran moves toward possible atom bomb tests in defiance of Western sanctions. Intel report. So
Yeah.
they are.
Here's what I think. I think Iran knows how to build a bomb. They know how to do every step. The only
Right.
question left is, have they got the enriched uranium?
Yeah.
And have they done any testing?
Well,
They've
Afghanistan.
been getting uranium for years, though. I mean, I think, and even if they don't do all the technology themselves, they could just buy one. Like I don't see if they were going to do it, they could do it. I don't see.
Who would they buy it from?
I don't know.
Russia?
That's the thing is, they probably can't buy it. They're the Shiites that are the farthest along. The Saudis are Sunni. They could buy a nuclear bomb from the Pakistanis, who are also Sunni. But there's nobody to sell.
What about Russia?
It wouldn't be Russia. North Korea would be the only possible source of buying a bomb.
Am I right in saying that the reason why India and Pakistan have got nuclear weapons is because an American basically was working with an American spy for Pakistan, got all the documentation, and basically had the step-by-step instruction of how to put them together. And then it went from Pakistan, I believe, to India, or vice versa with them
No.
two.
I think that's wrong based. India had nuclear weapons long before Pakistan did.
Okay, yeah, it was either vice versa then that was.
And India probably developed them mostly on their own. They did get a start with assistance by getting Western nuclear reactors.
Well,
And in particular, Canada sold them
it's
one
coming back.
of their heavy water reactors,
Yeah, it's coming
which-
back to me. It's coming
which
back
probably
to me.
helped them,
It
gave
was-
them a boost.
It was an Indian leak that leaked it all around the world then to the highest bidder basically. So Pakistan had it, so their enemy. He sold it to his enemy in the end.
Yeah, there was this group that that were sharing nuclear information. It included North Korea, it included Iran, it included Pakistan, it included Libya at the time.
Yep.
And they were kind of,
selling the plans.
basically sharing what they knew, so that because they knew they were all behind, and some of them were enemies of each other, but they the enemy of my enemy is my friend again. They agreed to put their differences aside so that they could all advance their nuclear weapons. Now Libya, under Gaddafi, agreed to stop doing it. And of course, next thing we did was kill Gaddafi. So that tells you what we're good at.
Yeah, and the worst thing about it all is, I don't think a lot of people are giving it much attention. This could really blow up, in the sense that the Arab countries could try and join as one and work as one, and that would
It'd be
change
dumb.
everything.
I
Well-
doubt they will, but maybe.
Well, this is what were Hezbollah thinking that was going to happen. So
Right.
Hezbollah knew they had about 24, 36 hours, grab as many people as they can, right? Just get that bargaining chip and then scurry off into the tunnels, which is what they've done. So what were they going to gain from it? Right? What was their end goal? Their end goal was to bring the Arab countries into this.
From the slaughter that commenced, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know.
So
I think that's probably the most likely thing too.
well,
I don't know if it'll work.
But it makes. I mean, I couldn't see what they would gain from it, because now they're going to get flattened. They've already said
Right.
it.
Right.
Gonna-
These countries already see these people as cannon fodder anyway. Right? Like, why don't they help them, because they just see them as like foot soldiers they can use to attack Israel.
Well, they don't, like I said, the Arab countries are not renowned for taking Arab refugees, are they?
That's true. Which is weird, right? Isn't that like a Muslim tenet to like take in your neighbor? And
It is.
Supposed to be, yeah.
weird. But did you guys see how Ben Shapiro was actually for a couple of days now has been saying that nuclear war is actually a real possibility from all this, because if the world doesn't, I think it's kind of weird. Ben Shapiro's gone real freaking neocon lately.
Yeah.
But which, I might sound a little neocon myself when I talk about this, but I'm not. I realize that side, and how I disagree with them on Israel.
I don't think of you as a neocon.
Okay, good. Well, because I'm kind of, I'm kind of hawkish on this current situation, but he has been saying that if Israel doesn't get the support that they need here, that they're going to feel like they're up against a wall. And especially if these other countries get involved, Iran or Lebanon, Hezbollah, then, they might have to use nukes. You never know. I don't think they should. I think it's funny he's throwing that out there. I don't know. I don't know if it's funny or disturbing. I don't like this situation we're in, where there's all these different genuine, legitimate flashpoints where nukes could be used. Because if nukes get used, guys, I got to tell you, there's almost no chance that's not going to like set off a chain reaction.
It's very dangerous. I certainly agree with that.
My question.
I love nuked food.
And World War III in general. Maybe we'll just have World War III and it'll stay conventional like in Red Dawn. But
what was Shapiro's view before he switched to his current view? Like, I don't know his views at all. So what's the difference?
well, I mean, he didn't. Somebody not a lot or anything. He's just been very. He same thing that I say, that Israel has no choice. They're up against a wall here. If they do not wipe Hamas out at this point, although I've heard this before, I got to say, like over the last 20 years, 30 years, whatever it's been, I've heard this before. Like if we don't wipe them out now, then it'll be, and then they don't. And that's what happened. And that happened in 2006 with Hezbollah. And they said the same thing. If we don't do it now, and they went in hard, and then they backed out hard, and then Hezbollah. Although I'll say there hasn't been a lot going on with Hezbollah ever since then, right?
You can bet that they've been rearming and training. Just like Hamas was ready, you can bet Hezbollah is better, more ready than they ever were. And
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, an automatic AK-47 with minimal training, you can pretty much wreak havoc with. Is it true that 3% of the public in Israel are armed? I thought they were all armed.
I know, me too.
No, they're not. They have gun control laws there.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They should be
just
issuing AKs to their citizens.
Maybe that's conspiratorial there too, because
they relaxed them on an emergency basis just the other day.
So that's another.
But we're talking about a population that's very well trained on guns because military services.
Why wouldn't they have it?
Right, exactly.
It really doesn't make any sense to me, especially people who live on border towns and all that.
Well, exactly. Isn't it insane? Look what happened.
Yeah, because I tell you what would have happened. What would have happened, for example, in that festival? People would have been taking pot shots at those paragliders.
Exactly. They would have had.
Yeah.
I mean, people would have been killed, but there would have been too many armed people.
Yeah.
To fight all at once.
That being said, you're not going to go to the rave with your AK. You might have some men that might have had a 9mm on 9mm on the waist.
I mean,
but what are you going to do against automatic Kalashnikovs?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look what happened at the concert in Dallas. With one guy. Shooting from a hotel room.
But he had a hotel room. They haven't got that.
Las Vegas. Sorry.
If you've got a train man, even if you had a 9mm, surely he could crouch down and wait for his shot.
Call of Duty, bro.
Well, that's
it. I got a video on Twitter.
You don't shoot.
Anything is better than nothing. I'd rather go down shooting a 9 than fucking cowering in a corner. Something.
Yeah, Steve, didn't you say you just saved your last bullet, right? That was your comment the other day?
Yeah. One thing you don't want is to get taken by these guys.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Especially the Israeli soldiers, man.
Yeah.
Nice. Like, I can't believe those guys willingly got taken prisoner.
Yeah, I know, man. It's scary. But it's your will to survive. You're like, maybe I'll survive. Did you guys see that video of all the Hamas people with all the little babies, the toddlers and stuff, Israeli toddlers?
No, I didn't see that.
That one was just like, man, it makes me I have to hold back tears. It makes me sad because I got 4 kids and I see out these horrible fucking monsters and they're just holding these kids on each arm. They're like, oh, and they're acting like they're being nice to the kids, but it's like they would murder these kids in a second. And they're putting out the video as to hold off bombings, obviously.
Yeah,
that's right.
Can we talk about the 40 babies? Because from what I'm hearing about that is one of the first victims of the war, which is the truth. There's no evidence that I've seen.
That's true. You're right about that.
I did follow this up a little.
Okay.
And I was skeptical too. The minute you hear it,
you should be. Everybody.
The minute you hear it, you think about the incubators from the first Iraq War, the babies in the incubators.
Factory.
It sounds like total bullshit, and it probably was not quite correct. But the person, if it's not clear that any anybody in the Israeli military ever actually said what the press person reported they said.
No.
Right.
And this, which is that 40 babies were beheaded. Now,
That's
it
right.
might have been that 40 babies were killed, and there were a lot of babies killed, and some of them might have been beheaded, but
One is too many.
Yeah, you're
exactly.
right.
Yeah, yeah, but it was just obviously the claim. The claim that I heard it definitely came from a army official.
It came from one army official, and what happened is what always happens is people repeat this thing verbatim all over the place without having any skepticism.
Joe Biden repeated it. They put
He
out
repeated it too,
They
and I remember someone
on Twitter about it.
someone said, "Well, it's been confirmed." Joe Biden said it, and I said, "This is just going to be like the 10,000 other things
Right.
he said that aren't true. That he hallucinated that he saw the picture, and not 20 minutes later, the White House corrected his statement, saying he didn't actually see pictures himself."
What I found the other day on a radio show when this news story was brought up by the dumb broad who reads the news stories.
Did you just say broad?
Yeah, a lot of people texted in, which they referenced, and then the producer starts weighing in, going, these anti-Semitic texts about people questioning this story about like the beheading, and he just threw that word in there, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, because
I questioned it.
We want to confirm the truth makes
And
us
they're journalists.
immediately anti-Semitic. That's
And
insane.
they're journalists. They should be going right. So where does this originally come from? Because they'll be able to find that out, and they'll say, right, we've got any evidence, anything on Twitter, anything on that Telegram, anything anywhere, and they would be able to find some sort of footage somewhere to prove the claim. I mean,
Yeah.
and the
Or more witnesses, not just more than one witness, not just someone.
But the
unnamed person.
The first thing they go to is like Russian misinformation or you're anti-Semitic or something. It's pathetic.
Yeah, but by now, when you hear something like that, 40 beheaded babies, you immediately think, come on.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I don't know what the truth is, but that's not the truth.
No, the truth is fairly shocking without that.
Exactly.
Right? So,
right. You don't even need that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So for me, I decided to put that search for that particular truth. I don't really give a shit because what they did do to the children and babies that we do know about, they were blown up. They were shot. They were all kinds of fucked up things done to them. So yeah, it's all horrendous and a terrible murder of these kids. You take an Israeli kid, you take a little Muslim kid, a little tiny one, you put them together, they're going to play together. They don't have the concept of war. They're just fucking kids, man.
They haven't learned to hate
Palestinian
yet.
kids probably do.
I got some pictures that...
Israeli too, honestly.
I'm saying you got to get to them small enough. You're right. Over there, they're fucking 2 years old. They're walking, they're killing, I'm sure.
Right. But these missiles...
crazy.
These missiles that are hitting their targets.
It's like Bloods and Crips.
It's crazy because obviously the building they hit, generally they hit it low. They go for the ground floor a bit. They seem to blow it up and then fall.
We lost you, Based. I missed that. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh shit! My cat name is Heroin. I thought it was Pedroia.
No, Pedroia's dead.
Oh, okay. So this is right. We've run into this cat before.
Yeah, this is it's an allusion to it. I don't know if it's oh, there we go.
Can I throw something out there? It's a little bit of a topic change. I don't know if
go right ahead.
Oh, let's go for it because
it's something. It's a good one. It's a good one. I think. I'll post the video here in direct chat or in the
back chat,
in the backdoor chat. Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
I'm a backdoor man.
It's from it's Leon Panetta, if you know him.
Yeah, I know
the name.
Former Clinton administration, right? Clinton.
Yeah, give me a
intel guy.
He was CIA director.
CIA director, right? That's right, CIA director. But he
was Last Dance's boss.
Right,
no,
right. That was
never
under
my
Clinton.
boss.
I'm pretty sure. Anyway, he said he was asked on Fox News if he stood by his because he signed this letter that said that Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. He asked him if he had any regrets about that, and he's like, "No, I haven't seen the evidence that it's not Russian disinformation." Like, what? Like, it's like the most disconnected from reality shit I've ever heard. But it's like, we're in this world now where there's obviously two different universes existing, and there's people who are gonna like stick to it no matter what.
Did he get properly challenged at all?
Of course.
He did a little bit, not properly, slightly. It should have been more, obviously, but he was like, "What?" It was Major Garrett. He was like, "Hold on, what's he say?"
Shit.
It is beyond. It's like two different universes, like up and down. And...
He's like, "I don't want to stick on this because we got bigger things to talk about." I posted the video, but I'm going to do a video about it tomorrow. That's going to be my thing. Well, it's probably going to come out on Monday, but I'm going to slay this motherfucker because he's so full of shit. It's just like, it's gaslighting, and he is emblematic of the so-called deep state that we're dealing with here. I don't have another word for it, but I think that's what it is.
My favorite Hunter clip is when he's arguing with his cocaine dealer that he got tucked up for weight, and he's filming it. He's filming his crack on the Jimmy Nails, and the Jimmy Nails are saying he's underweight, and he's going, "What's going on here? He's underweight, man."
No
and
kidding,
he's filming himself.
Yeah. I saw a picture of him, someone lighting a crack pipe for him. It almost looked like he was in the shower. I still can't believe that stuff's real. He's like in bed with this
friend.
prostitute. And
what are you talking about?
I can't believe it's real. The pictures of Hunter when he's he's got a half naked whore, and
you're not saying
these
that
girls looking pretty young too.
Are you suggesting that this is like Republican dirty tricks, or do you think he just arranged, like, just to impress his friends? He arranged this, set this up to make it look like
to me like he was getting high as fuck.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Nobody
arguing with the hooker. Like
nobody has denied that.
Pretty like that in college.
Let's get a hooker and some crack. Don't take that as a soundbite.
I think we're all just. I think we're all just jealous of him.
Party drugs.
No, but wait there.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of some guy doing crack.
Yeah, can we work out why someone would film themselves?
He's living the life.
Federal crime.
That's what that is.
While weighing crack out and speaking to the dealer on a different mobile device while he's filming himself, talking about how much you tucked me up in weight. I still can't quite cope with. I can sort of understand the whores a little bit because he's a bit of a fucking, But yeah, to film yourself weighing out crack is just like a whole new craziness.
Yeah, it's wild. And I know he filmed all this stuff and all these weird videos where he's just like filming himself walking around
naked all the time,
staring at the camera. It's so weird.
But he's an incredible artist, they say.
Right. I know, and there's like no media curiosity about any of this. It's like
he has made some serious money.
Wow.
This is why I'm able to acquire 150,000 subscribers somehow. It's like this random dude.
Nancy, isn't it? It's like Nancy,
It's like all you gotta do is the media is so corrupt. It's like holy shit. It's so obvious.
Yeah, but it's proper modern art,
I'm gonna look up his art right now because I don't even know what it looks like.
Wow.
I've seen it. Doesn't look bad, but it's not worth hundreds of thousands of dollars per piece.
No,
it's obviously money laundering. Come on.
Well, it's basically, it's an influence peddling operation to influence Joe through his son.
Like if let's say the roles were reversed, so we would have, obvious, they'd be looking into it legally. We'd have the late night host every night making fun of it. It would be like this thing burned into the consciousness of the country. I
do have to say this though. It doesn't necessarily mean, I'm not trying to defend him, but it doesn't mean that Joe himself is involved in this. We had the same thing happen with Jimmy Carter's brother.
Billy?
Billy. He was involved. He took lots of money from from Libya. He got in all kinds of trouble. There was never any evidence, and clearly the goal was to gain influence with the Carter administration, but there was never any evidence that it succeeded.
Yeah, but he was involved in.
There is evidence though that Biden was involved.
He was involved in 19 phone conversations
Right.
talking about the weather.
Yeah, I'm not saying there isn't evidence. I'm
He
just
wasn't
saying
talking about the
that
weather.
fact alone is not enough evidence.
Well, that's what he said. I just stick to what he said.
No, but we know he wasn't talking about the weather. Like there's tons of evidence that it was way more going on, and we have like these signed letters, like to what's his face? I can't think of his name now.
The big fella said that's all he did. He talked about like the weather.
The Burisma guy, you mean?
The big fella. No,
big fella was Joe Biden, but no, not the Burisma guy. Like the guy that got interviewed by Tucker, he got a signed letter from Biden, like thanking him and all this. So we know that Biden was involved in this stuff because
the business associate.
What's his face? Yeah, I can't think of his name.
I can't think of his name, but yeah, I know what you're talking
about. It's it's on the tip of my tongue, but Biden wrote him that letter saying, and the whole point of that is to give him a reward, and it connects him to Hunter, and then we get the calls, and there's like 25 calls, and
there's certainly enough evidence for an investigation.
Archer. Devon Archer. Yeah, that's
Devon Archer. That's it. Devon Archer.
It finally hit me.
The more important thing we should all be focused on is there's no way that Biden would remember what conversation he had on a telephone 5 years ago.
Not now.
Well, that's true now.
To me, that's way more.
It's maybe a legitimate defense now. Yeah.
Water under the bridge, the old boys.
I do not recall.
I do
not recall.
This is all just shit that it really boils down to the fact that our fourth estate, our check on power is not reliable, and they are partisan and they are compromised. And so they're not holding the side to the standards that they would if it were Republicans. If it were, this would be huge. All of this shit would be so big. Like the video of Joe Biden admitting and bragging about the fact that he basically got Ukraine to fire that prosecutor that was investigating the company that his son was inexplicably a board member of. Like that would be so much bigger if it were a Republican, and you know what I mean? Like it just bugs me so much.
Well, let's take for
That's evidence. That video is evidence.
Yeah, by Joe. By 6 o'clock, he agreed.
As an independent, it is as big of a deal as far as I'm concerned. Because when I listen to conservative, which I do equally as much as I do liberal media, it is Hunter Biden topic. It's like they talk about another story and then they come right back to something related to Hunter Biden. So to say that it's not as big of a deal, I mean, when you're talking about the things that you're talking about with the Republicans, it wasn't a talked about thing in conservative media. It was only a big thing in liberal media.
It's a bit like Ray Epps.
You mean?
It's a bit like Ray Epps. Ray Epps gets a misdemeanor where you've got pensioners that are on sentences of 8 years for literally just trespassing. But Ray Epps, he gets a misdemeanor. It's all fucking bent.
But you know what the sad truth is, Aphid Lip?
You're handing drone tech it on a platter when you mention Ray Epps. He's fucking.
Oh yeah. Oh holy crap. I'll go off on Ray Epps. What do you want to talk about, Ray Epps?
What were we gonna say last dance?
I know all about it. Everything. I know
Let's get Last Dance's last word out before we get into Ray Epps.
Okay.
Hey, Last Dance. By the way, I just realized you're the guy that has been liking my posts on Twitter. It just occurred to me.
That's me.
I'm like, oh yeah, that's the same guy.
That's crazy.
It's hard to believe, huh? The thing is that the left-wing media, the Washington Post, the New York Times, they are by far the best investigative reporters. The right-wing media, they don't do shit. And so it's unfortunately true that if you want to investigate Biden from the media, if it isn't the Washington Post or the New York Times doing it, no one's going to find anything of interest. And so, it's kind of silly that.
Well, who do you have to blame then?
No, you're right. I'm blaming the right. They don't do a good job.
Before we go to Ray Epps, though, with all the stuff that's happening, what's happening to Joe Biden and his son Hunter? Do you think that all of that doesn't matter anyway, and they're just going to use him as the Democratic ticket in the end, or do you think they're going to have to switch out?
Big Mike.
I'm the only one who doesn't believe Biden is going to run. Everyone
I
else.
think if it's Navin,
I mean,
Newsom
it's
or
getting
Newsom,
too late. The
Navin,
clock,
whatever
the
fuck
sand's running out. Last dance. It's
Big
like
Mike. Big
it's like
Mike.
getting to the
I
bottom
hear
of
you.
the thing here.
I've heard that
I mean,
story
you keep
too. They
saying it,
say
but you've been saying it for a year now.
they know, but and you're right. People who are smart say it's too late to switch, but I still think it's never too late when you realize that he can't possibly run or win.
And I don't know who you keep
Who do
saying.
you think then?
Gavin
Big Mike.
Newsom.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if he's got some support, I guess, but
He sucks.
enough support to over
Well put.
to say, hey,
well
Joe
put,
Biden,
Steve.
sit aside.
Last
This
dance.
guy's
Who
got
do you
this.
think?
I don't know if he's got that kind of support.
Who do you
He
think?
only needs support in the party, not. That's all it takes. I mean,
But what about Big Mike?
who's Big Mike?
Michelle.
Come on,
Jesus
That's his move. That's his
Big
move.
Mike.
come on.
Come on.
I
You've
mean,
seen those shoulders.
it's allowed. We're not going to
Come
censor
on,
it.
it's funny.
It's
Come
allowed.
on,
I might not.
it's funny.
I don't
YouTube
care.
doesn't censor
Let's
it.
laugh at it. It's great fun.
Okay.
I don't believe
what
that.
about Michael? What about Michael then? Obama. Michael Obama.
This is a funny point.
She has no. I mean, are you insinuating
Yeah,
that
totally
she's
true.
going to be the candidate?
For the Democrats.
Fuck no.
So you think Biden's going to go through or what? Who's going to go
No.
through
The gay guy who runs the planes and shit.
that?
He's
Bottabidge.
Oh,
Bottabidge.
the most mispronounced name ever in history.
Buttigieg, you mean?
Buttigieg, yeah.
Buttigieg.
Butt keg?
It's not Buttigieg.
I haven't heard that one yet.
Buttigieg? What?
But
The breastfeeder.
Buttigieg.
Chest beater. Don't you mean chest beater?
Buttigieg. It's
Yeah.
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
What? Butterbean.
So wait there. You think they're going to pull him forward?
I don't know.
No, he's
No,
That
like,
guy's just
No.
obnoxious.
When he
Buttigieg is
he
a
would have
Buttigieg is.
bowed out. He would have
They
bowed out. a
they
lot.
need someone who's likable. So who's?
I think Buttigieg is definitely a name to
Who?
throw in there along with Gavin Newsom.
well, when he was running
He's so protected.
last
Okay.
time around, when there was
We're
some
not ready
women in
for
the
gay.
Midwest I saw being interviewed, and they were like, "Yeah, we like Pete Buttigieg," and then the person's like, "You know, he's gay, he's homosexual," and they were like, "Oh, what? Oh my God, he can't." What, you know, like
Well, he's
people.
gay. His politics now are no longer our thing.
It's that first dance, the night that he's elected, that dance. People aren't ready for that.
I don't
Why
think
did
that
he
he's
have to
gay. I
kiss
wish
his
it would
time?
not come up so much. It's like, who gives a shit? Like,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like
Can't-
every debate, he would like give his the big
He did,
kiss thing. I don't.
His
Not for
his
me, man.
He's not likable. He's not likable.
his prospects took a big hit, which my cat name is Heroin was alluded
So-
to there. That was a bad period for Buttigieg, and there
kissing?
was a lot of criticism, not just in the conservative media, but in the independent and liberal media as well.
From the kissing.
So,
No, from being gone when all this stuff was going down. There were meltdowns in air traffic control and airlines, and
The train.
trains were derailing in East
Those are just happy
Palestine.
little accidents.
East Palestine.
So-
That's the place.
can I ask, did Aphid, did you have some kind of issue with the whole Ray Epps thing, or why did
Yeah,
that come up? I forget.
It came
I didn't
up.
say
I just
nothing
was
about
making a
Ray Epps.
joke about you.
You don't.
Like,
So Aphid, you definitely agree that like something's weird about him, right?
You'd have to refresh my memory even who it was.
Oh, you don't know. All right,
That's
who
why
cares? I don't
it
want
was
to talk
not
about
me
it.
that
I don't want
said
to talk
anything
about
Ray
it. Yeah.
Epps.
It's like it's
I
been
mean,
done.
I remember
like
the name,
I'm
but
done.
I can't remember who he is.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
He's the guy that broke one of the first barricades, but he got a misdemeanor. He did. He just like.
Oh,
Well, he
wait,
just got it,
Ray
like,
Epps is
recently.
The old dude,
Yeah, just.
the old
Yeah,
dude
yeah.
that everybody
They
thought
had
was
him on-
no,
they
yeah,
had
him- Yeah.
exactly.
The media said it was a conspiracy theory, and everything involved with him was a conspiracy theory, right?
And then 2.5 years.
So, what do you
off
think
that.
about that,
the Ray-
Aphid?
I said it before. We had a discussion about. I think there was probably over 1,000 Ray Epps there that day.
All right. Okay. Good. All right. So we're all in agreement.
Ray
on that.
Ray Epps was not like the.
He was one of a
reason
many. I agree.
So I would.
I know, but you think he was one of many
Yeah,
because
but
somebody put him there, and I don't think that at all.
He was.
Oh wait. Oh, so we do have a debate here. Okay.
Yes.
good.
He thinks
Yeah,
he's
Ray
just
Epps-
one of
Ray
a
Epps
bunch of
is just-
goofs.
Yeah, exactly.
Goofs.
Okay.
Like,
So why was he treated so
cool.
differently then? So if he was just one of many, why was he treated so differently? Could you explain that? Like not just by the law, but by the media as well, and the Democrats This alliance of like this group that just happens to be the same group that like we're always talking about doing all these things. It's the same group.
I mean, that doesn't come even close to proving that he was some kind of plant by the CIA.
It
to
doesn't.
the truth.
You don't think?
I think that day, the people he affected in that whole event was so small that I think it's a ridiculous.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why.
On the 5th, he's calling people to go into the Capitol. Okay.
They were all
and he gets
called.
called. No. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen loads of footage of people, 6'4" tall with a big voice.
He was on big streams. He was on big popular streams like Baked Alaska.
Well, Baked Alaska called him out. Baked Alaska said,
he called him out as a Fed. Hey, don't you think it's weird that he called him out as a Fed in that video famously, and yet Baked Alaska's in prison right now?
Yep.
Baked Alaska's in prison, but yet Ray Epps isn't. Ray Epps is a victim of conspiracy theories. Weird.
Pensioner woman who got done for trespassing, serving years inside. It's funny that. And this boy,
isn't that weird?
2.5 years later,
you don't think
it's a misdemeanor? He was on the list. He was on the photo list, and he got taken down.
Right.
And his face disappeared for like 2 years.
There's obviously, it's so obvious. I'm like, what the? It's almost like it's so obvious as to be a gaslighting op in itself. You know, it's like there's something like this is clearly there's something going on here. Like there's something weird about this.
Is he still active?
Maybe they're treating him different on purpose. Maybe that's the psyop. Maybe he is. Maybe he is just some jackass. But they're doing everything they're doing to like drive people like me crazy. Like who knows?
That's what my I think that if he was some kind of plant and there was skepticism on that he was a plant, that he would get equal treatment to everybody else.
Okay. So
because
I watched.
he would just fall. They'd be like, once if they did play him, they'd be like, oh, well, Ray Epps who? You know. That's how
it was, though. That is how it was, Aphid.
Wait,
didn't Ray Epps started out?
Didn't Ray Epps stay behind the barrier though?
No, Aphid. It started out like that. Ray Epps who? It started out like that, literally. When Democrats got called out about it during a hearing, they literally said that. They're like,
"Hit, you must have quit."
Yeah,
they were like, "Who's Ray Epps?"
Are you talking about like congressmen and stuff like
that?
No,
there was oversight hearings. And Ray Epps came up, and I think it was Congressman Mace or not Mace.
Congressman. Do you think they really know like who plants are and stuff like that?
No, but I'm saying, listen. He brought him. Listen, so he brought him up. He was like, "What's up with this Ray Epps guy? Like, he's on video." Like telling people to go inside the Capitol. He's on for multiple days on these big streams, and yet he hasn't been picked up. He hasn't been charged. And Raskin, I believe it was like,
Jamie
what?
Raskin?
Jamie Raskin was like, what? Who's Ray Epps? Who's that? This is like crazy Republican conspiracy theories. And then like literally like a couple minutes later, it was like he was like, "Oh yeah, this guy Ray Epps. Oh yeah, this guy. You guys have really latched on to him. You've made him a victim because you're conspiracy crazy people. And this poor guy who he'd be on your side, but you've made him a victim now because you come after him." And so like, and it's really weird. There's like a whole thing where he does this whole theatrical performance, and it's obvious, like it's so obvious that there's something going on with this guy. It's like, and then just recently he gets charges, and they're the minimalist of easy nothing charges. Okay, and it's so weird. It's like, come on, what's going on?
I would like to ask Last Dance if he thinks that Jamie Raskin would have any idea of any kind of plant if this was a true situation and have any knowledge of it one way or the other.
Not in a normal world, no. Even if he was an FBI plant, I don't think Aunt Jamie Raskin would have any reason to know that.
But it's weird. I don't think he knew either. But I think that like it's weird the way he played it. The way
but
he
you
was
just
like,
use that as your biggest defense of
no,
it.
no. But what I'm saying is that like he knows there's something off there. But he tried to play it off first, and then he's like, "Oh, so he's so partisan that like he's willing to like he sees that there's something not right, but he's."
I think that's the truth. Is that he's just a partisan clown.
Right.
If
that's
the Republicans, if somebody's complaining about person X, then Jamie Raskin will, treat him as a hero.
I agree with that.
And so under questioning, actually
not at all.
Hold on. Under actual questioning during oversight hearings, multiple FBI agents testified that they could not respond when questioned about if there were FBI assets or any of this kind of thing. And they've also been really weird about wording.
On that point, would they ever be able to make any conversation or any account a public hearing?
Or not agent. It wasn't a. Ow. Oh, I almost got like a pull muscle. Dude? Sorry.
Jesus,
my leg.
Okay?
My leg. I almost got a Charlie horse. It started to hurt really bad. It went away.
It's a sign.
Ow.
Good job, Aphid Lip. I didn't know you had that power. The Force. He has the Force.
But there have been. It was like high-ranking FBI officials. I can't remember who it was. There was a female, and there was a couple other people. Right. Him. And including the director, Chris Ray, he would not answer the question when asked about these things. Well, it's obvious he's some sort, maybe not FBI agent. He's some sort of government asset being used. It's pretty clear.
Can I get in here now? Because I've been trying to get this in.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll shut up.
Sorry, no, it's all right. But you just mentioned that last bit. You just mentioned he might not be FBI, but he might be some other agency. So I watched the 60 Minutes thing. Now I watched it like obviously knowing what I knew, and I thought how are they going to deal with this? And I had to watch like 18 minutes of this. It was pretty tough, and I left a comment at the end. And I'm only been like first on the video, it's been out for a while, and I just said after watching this interview, I've never been more convinced that Ray Epps was either working for the FBI or for a company that was working for the FBI. And I've had loads of likes off it, you know what I mean? And it is crazy because it was such a softball interview.
Oh yeah,
so it's one with like 60 minutes.
Yeah, they actually even call him out for admitting in text messages that he orchestrated it, which he did. He admitted that he orchestrated it to his brother-in-law, I think, and that 60 Minutes brought that up, but then like quickly moved past it. I'm like. He's just like his excuse is so retarded too. He's like, "Whoa!" And
let me.
When that guy speaks, I'm like, "You're full of shit." I can just tell. I can tell.
I agree. He is full of shit.
I'm like, I can tell you're lying. You're full of shit.
Yeah. When I watched that, I was like, this guy is acting. He's totally acting
100%.
to make himself seem like a fucking moron. He was totally playing the part like, duh.
Yes.
His wife's like, yeah, he didn't, dumb Ray, idiot Ray, what fucking moron Ray. It's like Ray Romano, like he's literally practically playing a sitcom character there. And when you see him at the Capitol, there's other people who are calling him fed when he yells out in his awkward way. He's like, we have to go in the building. We must. It's like
fed.
Yeah, other guys are like,
and he's in prison right now. Bake Alaska, the guy who said that is in prison right now.
That's crazy.
Right. He's in prison right now just for being in there. That's it. Just for being in there.
For being in the building.
Right. That's it.
Yeah, he filmed it. He done what I did. He done exactly what I did.
What? Let me ask you this.
And there's another journalist who just got convicted, who was just in there filming, and he just got a prison. He's got prison time to do.
He Baked Alaska didn't steal anything or anything like that.
No, he did nothing.
He literally live streamed it.
Yep.
So basically what I did.
He got prison time, but yet the guy who told people was telling people. I've heard this argument before that Aphid just said that. It was just like a small group. No, it was a lot of people. It was a ton of people, hundreds of people.
What are you saying that Ray Epps should be charged with?
I mean, If anybody should be charged with like insurrection or anything like that, it should be him. Or
Why
he
would
should
he?
be up
What
there.
did he do that would get him charged with insurrection?
Well,
Okay, how about this? How about this? Incitement of a riot. Give him a charge of that.
What did he do to
incite
incite a riot?
He told people to enter. He told me to go to the Capitol, and then he told people to enter the Capitol.
That
He told
doesn't.
me to enter.
Are you sure that's a crime? I think the people that go in
You know how
commit the crime.
I'll tell you. No, I will tell you how I know. And he knew it was a crime because he said, "I'm probably going to go to jail for this." You remember that?
Well, that doesn't mean he's right.
No, but he said that. So he was ambiguous. He was ambiguous.
Okay,
That's
let me
what I'm
ask-
saying. He definitely skirted the edges of free speech and the law.
Okay, here's a fair question.
One
Was
other thing to
was
answer
anybody
your-
else who didn't go past the barrier? Was anybody else sentenced to prison?
I'm not 100% of that.
Let me
but
answer
I know.
your first question,
I can
and it
give you some stats. I know that.
transitions to your second question. He actually picked up a barrier and moved it aside for
Right.
people to get through for
And he
easier
helped-
access.
And he
Now,
helped push a
that-
giant sign or flag.
Well, that's
that-
probably a crime.
That is my contention of a crime that he committed.
Yeah, and he helped. There's video of him helping. There was a giant like flag that they were pushing against the line of police, and he there's video of him helping with that. Yes,
I saw that. They showed that on
Okay.
60 Minutes.
I did a couple videos, and one of them.
You know what, Drone Tech? I think you should be in Congress asking these tough questions.
No, but the it's all there. I mean, to be fair, it's all there. It's just been
It's
ignored.
undeniable. Just here, look. Here's the fact of the matter. So like anybody associated with January 6th is enemy of the state as far as the media is concerned or Democrats are concerned. And as far as the law is concerned, they are getting the book thrown at them. The fullest extent of the law is being thrown at them. Whereas Democrats and left wingers who like attacked the White House on June of 2020, and there was like 60 Secret Service agents injured. They dropped all those charges, guys, all of them.
That's crazy.
Okay, there was no charges, and the media mocked that. They laughed about it. They made a big joke because Trump had to be taken to a bunker, so they were like, "Oh, bunker boy," and they made this big joke about it. So isn't that crazy? There were. So yeah. Fuck.
I don't
what
know.
was my
I don't
point?
know if they made a big joke about him going to the bunker. I think
No,
that
they
he
did.
Made it look. It was the same thing with Keck the Frog. You know, nobody would have. If it would have just been reported that he went to the bunker, it would have never have been a big deal. But it was that he didn't want people to know that he went to the bunker that made it a big
What?
deal.
No, that's completely.
I don't think
Well,
so. at all.
I've certainly been a critic of the extremely long sentences that J6 people got. That
I'll give you
they're
that.
way beyond what they
Right.
actually did.
That was my point. Okay, thank you. That was my point. Where their books being thrown
Well,
at them,
especially
and
people
while the
that
other
weren't
side's
even
getting-
there.
So
Right.
all that's happening. So look, all that's happening, and then Ray Epps is portrayed as literally a victim by the New York Times,
He's
by the
ignored.
Washington Post, and they always show him hugging his wife in front of his RV in that picture. They don't
Did
show
he
him.
ever make it? Did Ray get into the Capitol?
That's a
No,
good question.
he
I
did
don't
not.
think so.
He didn't go
no.
inside. He didn't go
He told
inside.
people to go in, but he himself didn't go.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so,
there's
we're,
that.
we're getting that down on the legal pad.
Right.
And then it becomes a legal fact then.
You know, it
I'm
is
pretty sure
important
about
as
that.
far as
I'm
the
pretty sure about
punishment
that.
being
So
thrown
were
out.
the
He didn't go
longest
inside.
sentences given specifically to people who entered the Capitol?
No, I think the longest sentence was given to the guy that wasn't even there.
So
Wasn't it?
listen, I can
Or am
tell you
I
this.
wrong?
There's
Oh, the
there's
oath keeper?
Ontario is who.
Listen, I can tell you this. I can tell you this. There's like 300 people charged
I'm proud
with
of
violent crimes. About 1,000 charged with trespassing esque crimes, that kind of thing, coming into the Capitol or whatever. Which I think is bullshit. They should have fought that because it's public for one, and you got to be trespassed and then come back to be trespassed. So you got to be on a spot, be told to leave, and then come back to be trespassed.
Are there any appeals of the J6 sentences still?
I think they are
pending?
appealing. There's loads of appeals going on. I think. Come on.
Yeah,
But very few people were actually violent. It was like a handful
Oh.
of people that actually fought with riot police.
Oh! Is Topple? Did this just happen?
no, he was found not guilty. Two
He had
years
a
ago.
civil. He had a civil thing.
Oh, a civil thing? Oh,
It was some sort of civil thing.
oh, what's his name? That communist that got shot in the arm.
yeah. Fuck that guy. Fuck all those people.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk like that. That's trashy.
What are you on about?
Well, he
I
shot.
can't
his
remember the
bicep.
guy.
This muscle
You're right, exactly. That guy.
was gone.
He
Oh,
was.
Oh, in Rittenhouse.
Yeah, he was the guy who was pointing a gun at Rittenhouse.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. He's like, I didn't expect to shoot it. I was just trying to threaten him or something, is what he said. I'm like, you idiot. He's got
How
a
did-
fucking AR. You know?
And how is he supposed to know you're not going to shoot him with your pointing
That
gun
was
at
the
him?
stupidest defense I have ever heard.
Yeah, even Destiny is like a pro Rittenhouse person because it's undeniable. It is undeniable. He did nothing wrong. He was defending himself. All those people were scumbags who deserved everything they got.
So Steve watched the same video I did because I announced it a while back. It was V Radio. He broke it down in real time video clips. So he got all the video clips that were all available, and he stitched them all together in real time. And
Yeah, that was good.
there's no denying. There is fucking no denying.
I give myself credit for being someone who figured out that Kyle Rittenhouse couldn't be prosecuted for a gun charge, because I'm one of the people. Other people did too, but I did go through line by line that Wisconsin statute and realize that he could not be. It was actually the statute itself had a bug in it, which left him unable to be prosecuted for the gun charge. And
What was the gun charge?
it was there. It's this complicated statute that says you can't have a gun if you're under 18 unless this bump it up. And at the end of the day, the statute was clearly meant to be let you have a gun at that age, a rifle, if you were hunting. But in the end, it didn't have that requirement at the end of it.
Right.
So he was legally allowed to have the gun. They didn't mean when they wrote the statute, they didn't mean for that to happen, but he was allowed to. And the judge, when the case came up, the judge just threw it out. And they said, you can't prosecute him on this.
Right.
The law is clear.
It didn't say when you're out in the woods with your granddad's 30-30. It just said,
Exactly.
you know, and technically an AR-15 is the same as a 30-06.
That's right. It fit the definition of rifle.
They're both semi-automatic. Some of them might have a bolt action, which would make it single action, but it doesn't really matter.
What gun did Rittenhouse have? It was the AR, was it?
It was an AR style. I don't know.
Yeah,
AR gets thrown around so much.
Yeah.
There's more.
It's an umbrella. It's an umbrella of many weapons of that style with the AR sort of branded.
It's an awesome rifle.
Yeah, I don't think he could afford it. I mean, he wasn't from a rich family.
He got an awesome shot on him though, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
You know.
He was literally running down the street with an AR hanging off of his back, yelling out, "Does anyone need EMT? Does anyone need EMT? Can I help? Can I help?"
Yeah.
And then these guys saw him as the enemy, and they started shadowing him. And when you watch the videos, you could see he's being chased. And
he was terrified.
But, he might as well be fucking Batman out there. He's got the ultimate tool on his back to deal with these people.
Well, it wouldn't be the tool of choice, I'm sure, but it worked out.
Oh, hell yes. An AR, it looked like it had a clip sticking out, was pretty good. I mean, he could.
I know, but that one with the arm, he shot two at very close range. You wouldn't want to have a rifle at that close range, really, but, it all worked out.
Yeah.
He killed those innocent black men.
Oh, those innocent black men.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember that story. They were black, weren't they?
They say the worst thing that if you're trying to kill someone with a gun, the worst one to have would be any standard pistol. And you want to drop somebody to the ground, the AR hits them in the chest, they drop. The pistol does, they still have a few seconds left. That's how I look at it.
Oh, wait, who did we lose? We lost
Drone Tech. He's
Tech.
He's gone for the night.
He
had fun. He wouldn't let us all know he had fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
He goes thumbnail and drops off.
Hopefully. I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
We had some good conversation that was
absolutely.
after a certain
Don't say
change.
it.
I thought that Drone was going to leave earlier, but I kept powering through the conversation, and he stuck around, and I think that paid off.
Yeah.
Shotgun will push you back and drop you. Yeah, Toppy, you're not wrong about that. A 12 gauge double aught buck has like 8 or 10 balls that are bigger than a 9mm round all at once. So yeah, that's a nasty round. You're definitely right.
I got to say, it was, I don't know whose idea was it. It had to be his idea that he actually go somewhere to a protest with a gun. I mean, it puts him at risk. It puts him as the guy with the gun. Why would you want your 18-year-old kid being, being the guard for, at a riot? I understand that he was doing this for what he thought were altruistic reasons, but
turns out, though, from the video evidence, it looked like he had the right intentions. The video actually sort of shows that he had the right intentions, even though he looked like a.
But I'll tell you this: listening to him, he sounds a lot like an 18-year-old, basically someone who's not yet mature enough to you want to put in that situation. Yeah, they say 18-year-olds are in the military. Yeah, but they have officers telling them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. It's not up to them.
He just got dropped off by his parents.
That's insane. That's just. I just can't. What are you being a parent about?
He thought he was going to protect the businesses.
Why would you want your kid to be the guy with the gun, the last line of defense to protect the business?
It's stupid. He was so foolhardy, and his intentions were possibly good, but his execution was so poor. It's unbelievable.
None of that affects whether he did this in self-defense. I'm not questioning that.
His idea in the first place.
It's not the accusation. It was the idea of doing it. He executed it. He executed quite well, I suggest.
You know what? You have like your nephew's like, yeah, Uncle Steven, I thought I could break 100 in the car, but the cops got me. You whack him upside the head. This kid's like, yeah, I went to this protest with an AR-15 to protect businesses. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
I mean,
dumb fucking kid,
The reason he ended up shooting 3 people is because he was almost killed that many times. The guy that attacked him, the crazy pedophile, he might have killed him. The guy with the gun pointing at him might have killed him. And also when he was trying to surrender to the cops, he was waving his gun around at them. The cops just didn't. They couldn't process what they were seeing.
Right.
There was too much happening in front of them. There was a riot.
But don't forget the skateboard. The skateboard hit him on his shoulder. Now,
the skateboard, right?
If the skateboard had hit him, but anywhere on his head, I can guarantee you there at that point, realistically speaking, he'd have been clean out.
Yeah, they would have beat him to death or took the gun and shot him with it.
Yeah, it hit him on his shoulder.
I've seen somebody get jacked with a skateboard pretty hard, and it didn't knock him out.
Yeah, it's the back of the head, though. It's the back of the head.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I mean, he got lucky. He's lucky to be alive.
He's lucky. It's a little of his own skill. It's a little of his own skill.
Well, his skill, yes, but still, he took his life at risk there several times.
Right. Let's say I take a piece of cardboard and write on it, finish school and go get a job and, don't do crime or something. Be a good father. And I walked around in the worst parts of St. Louis, holding this sign, the words on the cardboard had good intentions, but I'm going to get killed,
Yes.
Well, I bet you could run fast when you need to.
Yeah. Let's hope.
Grab the skateboard.
I don't know if you've ever seen a movie.
Start swinging.
Have you ever seen Kentucky Fried Movie?
I remember that.
It's a terrible movie, but still some funny scenes, I think. I sort of recommend it as long as you don't have high expectations. It's from like the 80s or the late 70s.
Was it anything like Canadian Bacon?
I don't know. I didn't see that one.
Really? The movie when
I
we
didn't
got
see it
into a
either.
war with Canada, it was horrible.
I didn't see it.
Terrible.
It's-
I think John
So look-
Candy possibly.
This movie
What?
is designed to appeal to teenagers. It's kind of crude, sophomoric humor that, you know, some of which you couldn't get away with today. So that's another reason to watch it.
Kentucky Fried Movie.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
have to look it up.
Says in
We
the
watched. It was it's Halloween's coming up, and my son's been wanting to watch a bunch of scary movies. And last night was Friday the 13th. With I thought we should watch Friday the 13th, but we ended
Yeah.
up watching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Both
Yep.
classics.
Fucking
It
awesome.
is so bad though. I mean, the acting
It's
is
horrible.
just it's
Yeah.
like it was hard to sit through the whole thing because it was so bad.
Hey, have you done,
Standards were different then.
Have you done Silence of the Lambs?
No,
With,
my
with
wife
Jodie
was like
Foster?
worried that we shouldn't watch it. He's
That's
14
pretty scary.
now.
Yeah, that is pretty
He's
scary.
like on that line where he can almost
Okay.
watch anything these days.
More than you
So
want to go with
I
the more
said we could watch
sensational
it,
stuff.
and I think we're gonna watch it because I can't think of going through my head. I can't think of it's not worse than Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I mean, it's a little
In any
more.
way.
It gets into your head more.
I'm
I
out of here,
think.
chaps. Nice one. Nice for the chat.
All right,
I'll
boys,
see you,
we'll
Base.
see you.
Great talking to you,
Always a
Based.
Nice one, boys.
Yep.
See you, man.
Take care.
So I don't know. I think we should watch it because it's one of those classics. We watched The Shining already.
Yeah, but that's pretty scary.
Shining's pretty freaked out.
He didn't think it was as scary. He does like it. He didn't think The Exorcist was nearly as scary as it was built up to be. Which I think
It's-
The Exorcist is far more scary than Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It was so bad. It was hard to get scared from.
Well, anyway, that the Kentucky Fried Movie has a scene in there that reminds me of your idea of wearing this sign into the worst
Oh
neighborhood.
yeah. Well, yeah. I think the second. I think it's the second Die Hard. It's the one with Samuel L. Jackson. He's directed because somebody's like making telephone calls throughout the whole movie and having him do ridiculous things, and he has to wear. But it's like real racist what he has to like write on his sign, and
Well,
he's
this-
walking around.
The
New
same is
York,
the same thing is true in Kentucky Fried
Kentucky
Movie.
Fried Movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
All
what
right,
I
let's-
was saying was, if you write the good things like be a good
Yeah,
father,
I know you're
go to,
doing something.
you know,
You're something
do
different,
a
right?
good job.
What do you
Now,
mean by
might
that?
not go over well.
No.
Yeah, there's long.
And I certainly
standing-
wouldn't drop my 18 or 7. Say he was I think he was 17 at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Drop my 17 to go do some piece work at some volatile situation. It's
with
ridiculous.
an AR.
Well, yeah, exactly, with an AR strapped around. I'll be fine. I got this.
No, you get him off, and then you check his AR, make sure the bolt's clean. You arm him with the 9mm. You help him get the backpack on with more ammo.
you
and
can go, but are you
MREs.
sure you cleaned it good before you're going?
MREs. You're gonna set them up with temporary
Ah.
stove. Maybe. I mean, it's bizarre. Yeah, like
His parents, I don't think broke any laws either. But it just seems like it's a situation where they should be punished in some way.
well, there's the situation.
At least
there was
humiliated.
There was another school shooting where the kid literally took the father's like 9mm, and it was in like Michigan or something, like a desolate, like remote town up there, and the parents were prosecuted and got in trouble for that the kid got access to their weapon. And then when they heard there was, do you guys remember this? It was just a couple of
Vaguely,
years
yeah.
ago. Like the parents called in during the shooting and they were like, we think that
Oh
would
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah, yeah. Now
our
I know what you're talking
son.
about. Yeah.
Our son might be doing this, and like
hmm
they got
They bought him the
trouble
gun for his birthday.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was a troubled kid. There was
Right.
long signs of him being troubled.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I think
so-
they got charged and
The
think that-
parents of That kid in Highland Park got charged.
Did they? Yeah, the father.
They did. I don't know that the
Yeah.
charges stuck, and I thought those charges were not fair, but they were. He was eventually charged. I don't know what happened.
Interesting case there.
Yep.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
that kid was troubled, and the father
Yeah.
bought him a gun.
Yeah.
if it's a child, you are responsible for their actions. That's just how it goes. You're the
But-
legal guardian, and that means you're legally culpable.
That isn't true, though. It's not really true in the law necessarily, especially the older a child gets.
Did you see what Mr. Kelsey one just said? Wow. And he's talking to Smokesteve's wife.
It would be the end, he says. Sorry to be misogynist.
I
No,
mean,
that-
I'll say this:
Men
there's
protect. What do women do? That's the one I'm talking about.
Wait,
What
that
do
was up
women
higher?
do?
that's all nonsense, including what most Smoke wife said. I love her,
I
but
missed what do women do? Where's what do women do?
that's
That's the-
second from the
Right
bottom.
above Topple. You don't see
Men
that? Are you in the-
protect. Okay, what do
I'll put it up there.
yeah.
There have been women leaders of major countries. Margaret Thatcher was the leader of the Britain, and I won't say she was a warmonger, but when Argentina invaded the Falklands, she went she went right the hell out there, and she didn't spend a lot of time negotiating. She sent them out to war. Indira Gandhi was a leader of India, and there were certainly plenty of skirmishes and battles with Pakistan, and when Indira Gandhi was in power. Who else can I think of?
I think Mr. Kill had a drink or two already. He rearranged a sentence to put 4 in front of check, so it reads, "Men for check danger."
A little dyslexia? You think that's drinking? Could just be.
That is funny. I've never seen that you write 2 words in the opposite order.
No, that's dyslexia. Could take that form too.
I'm not making fun of him, but it's
No, why would
What
he
if he
think
is?
that?
What if he is dyslexic, and then you're pointing it out? What an
Exactly.
asshole.
well, it's funny because he's busting on women, how much he's attacking them, but yet his sentence is bizarro world. So, I mean, just pointing that out. And
What if he said? What if he said more skin for me, but then he reversed the words and said more foreskin me?
exactly? But I'm only saying this because I'm trying to get Mr. Kelsey to come on here and
Oh man, look at this!
bring it on home.
Look at this transphobic comment here.
I don't know. You put it up, then it's gone.
That is
Oh, wow.
transphobic if I've ever seen it.
I don't
That's
even
true.
know.
Women do let their penises get in the way of our decisions.
That's real. Women, like we
Women.
can call them women.
Yeah, absolutely. Women with
They are
penises let their penises get in the way of their decisions.
I don't think my penis ever got in the way of a decision. Mostly it would have been.
I think what Smokesteve wife
Don't
was
get yourself
trying
in
to say
trouble.
is that birthing persons don't get in the way of. No, you can't say that either. Women with people with vagina. What do you? I don't even know what the correct term is to refer to women anymore.
That's sketchy. You're gonna get us kicked off YouTube for
Yeah,
that.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Are you?
Shouldn't
Let's
be
try.
talking about this.
Can we? All 8 people, like there's 2 of them are YouTube people, like watching us. No.
Kelsey and Topple and Cup of Tea.
And wife.
I got a couple of non-political related things since
You
it's
do?
just
Okay.
the 3 of us. Okay, one is I've talked about this in the past, and I don't remember if you guys are experiencing the same thing, but in your areas, are you seeing influx of the car washes, the like drive-through car washes, and they're tearing buildings down and building up these car washes?
No.
No,
I talked
No.
about this before because they're going up everywhere here. It's bizarre because none of them are busy, so it makes no sense. It's got to be the guy that the fireman that came in and inspected our business once a year. They come in and like make sure you got a fire extinguisher and that kind of stuff. he said blatantly that it was some kind of money laundering thing.
I mean, isn't that what
I
they
don't-
did on Breaking Bad? Walter White had a car wash business.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow.
Yeah, you think people are just copying Breaking Bad?
Maybe. I don't buy that. I also heard that it was some Wall Street executives that saw like some promise, so too many of them got involved. I don't know why it's happening, but it is happening around here. But they passed a law where I guess so many, because they were within eyesight of the next one, and they passed a law here, and now there's several of these that were going up. They tore buildings down, existing businesses, and this kind of pisses me off. Existing businesses that have been there for years, they moved those businesses to other locations, tore the building down, and now they put the for lease signs up in the properties because they can't build a car wash there because there's too many of these
Man,
car washes.
what a waste.
I know. It's just ridiculous. But the other thing I wanted to say is, and I don't know if you guys would recognize this, but today it's happened several times, and we went out to dinner tonight or this afternoon, and when you say thank you to like a server, they don't say you're welcome anymore, and it's been replaced. I originally noticed this because it's a fact that Chick-fil-A, they say my pleasure instead of you're welcome. For some reason, I don't know why they do that, but if you go to Chick-fil-A and you say thank you, they always say my pleasure.
That's
they're
okay.
trained to do that. And
I say my pleasure often at my
Do you?
job. Yes.
And when somebody says thank you to you, you said my pleasure.
Yes.
It never even
Because
dawns
your
on me to do
welcome
it.
seems a little bit like they owe me something, whereas it's my job to do it.
I see that now that you put it that way.
You don't owe me anything for me to do my job, so it's my pleasure to do my job.
Well, the other word I hear a lot is of course. So it's you're welcome is being replaced with of course and my pleasure. And I just thought that was interesting.
Oh, I don't like that.
No, like your welcome would be if somebody died and you said like, I'm really sorry for your loss. It's a terrible thing. And they say thank you. You say you're welcome.
Oh.
That's a formal like you're welcome. But if somebody says, thank you for fixing my cabinet or whatever, I'll be like, it's my pleasure anytime. And don't hesitate to ask if something is needed.
Well, that's more personal if you put it like you say like a long sentence because of it.
Yeah, I'm like elaborate. I'm a real sweetheart,
Yeah, well, I am too. I like to think of myself too. And that brings up a third point that I wanted to bring up, months ago on the pub, and I never did. And that is, I always try to hold the door for people, whether it's whoever it is,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes they're a little further away and they rush. So is there, a distance where it's the comfortable distance where, because I'm not doing it so they'll rush. I'll sit there all day and wait.
Three steps.
Three steps.
This sounds like a
quick.
Seinfeld skit getting ready to be made here.
That's pretty quick.
I've done it because I want to be inside 3 steps away from the door by the time they get to it. But you got to be quick to get in that shit. You can't be fumbling around. If you're fumbling, you got to wait. If you're boom, boom, and done, just keep walking.
Well, that reminds me of I thought I might have mentioned this before. Something I've seen while driving several times is that people are on like a road with like 2 lanes going in one direction. And someone in the right lane will see someone who wants to cross the street, not at a crosswalk, and they'll stop and wave them to go on. And the person who's walking will feel pressured to then cross, and then a car in the next lane is set up to run him down. I've seen lots of close calls like that. Yeah. And so I never let. They looks rude, but if someone's trying to cross in the middle of the road and there's 2 lanes, I do not stop and let them go.
If it's not a crosswalk, you shouldn't. But I mean, I don't know if the crosswalk makes that big of a difference because I don't think people pay attention to that. And I wonder if a lot of younger drivers even know that.
Well, you know what? If I'm in my SUV and I'm stopped letting someone on the crosswalk, no one in a regular car is going to be able to see that there's a person there.
That's true.
I'm blocking their view.
I've like horned and stuck my hand out the window to people I see coming if it's 2 lanes.
Well, you're a better man than I
Coming
am.
from the right, and I'm stopped. I'm like, you're gonna kill them, and you'll see the person like jam their brakes on because you're right. It's a dangerous situation. But the scarier thing is the no crosswalk cross. You're right. They don't get no fucking cross. They should wait till there's no cars. They have no legal liability to walk into the road. If they're inside the crosswalk, then they do have it, and you're fucked if you hit them. But if they're in the random part of the road...
But you think you're being polite, and you're really just risking their life.
I don't care about
waving somebody out, too. Like if you're at a entrance to a street and you're a little bit of ahead of it's 2 lanes and you're a little bit behind a stoplight or something, and you back up and you're waving somebody out, but it's a 2 lane and the lane to the left of you has a clear shot almost all the way up to the stoplight. And I've seen instances where people wave somebody out and then that second car comes by and you think you're doing something nice and you cause an accident.
There's a roundabout nearby, and it's got 2 lanes, 2 concentric lanes, and there is crosswalks just as you come out of the roundabout on each side. And I've almost run people over because when you're in the roundabout, it's kind of tricky negotiating with traffic. And you just suddenly you come around and there's crosswalks. You may not see anything, and it's like, God damn, I got to stop all of a sudden. It's insane.
The roundabouts are going to take a while for people to get comfortable with because they're popping up everywhere, and it's a new thing here in the United States.
It's not a roundabout. It's called the other thing. We call it up here rotary.
Rotary, that's right. That's what they call them.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard it called that here.
That's what it's called when I was in Massachusetts. That's what they called them.
Wow.
But my buddy left here like a couple months ago, and he's heading like just as he leaves. He's got like 50 miles to get home. This is the dude who comes over on the weekends. And like he's in a 2-lane road going away from the house here, and someone's coming towards him and wants to take a left. He's in the left lane. So he slows down because he sees there's a red light ahead. He flashes his lights, and then this guy pulls in front of him to pull into this gas station. And the lane to the right of my buddy, boom! Massive fucking explosion between these 2 cars. He's like smoking a cigarette. He's like, okay, just gone through the green light. He wasn't involved with the accident per se. But he waved this guy
right.
to be friendly, and he's like in this dazed state. It was like an explosion of cars next to him that he just caused. But he literally wasn't involved.
Well, he has no legal, issue, but he certainly has a moral issue because he kind of. It's a weird thing. It's kind of like waving the pedestrian. If you wave a motorist, they kind of feel pressure to take advantage of your hospitality and go ahead and cross.
Because if they don't do it on the first wave, you're going to the second time, and they're going to be like, I don't know what's coming.
Then you're kind of fighting with him. Then he pulls out a gun and says, "You cross now. I've stopped for you."
Well, I guess there's an implied that he would have checked his mirror. That's what I said. I said, did you look in your mirror on the right side to make sure somebody wasn't bombing up in that lane? He was like, I should have. Like in hindsight, yeah, I should have, but he didn't. And it was more like flash, smoking the camel and fucking slammo. And then, what am I going to do? Wasn't hard enough that people were hurt, but bumpers and hoods were smashed and cars were probably going away on flatbeds, but not completely crumpled.
Yep.
I don't know. They call them totaled pretty quickly nowadays.
Right.
You don't have.
I almost saw a guy get killed on a motorcycle yesterday.
You saw it?
Yeah, it was. It didn't happen, luckily, but it was. I was on an interstate here in the inner city, and it was a 4 or 5 lane highway, and I was in the third.
Take it easy, Topple.
Take care, Topple. I was in the third over from the median, and then in the second over to the median was a dually with a trailer on it, and in the fastest lane by the median was a motorcycle. It was like a BMW style motorcycle with the bags hanging off the side, and
Panniers.
yeah, and the tractor or the dually started going. It had to get over the fast lane because that lane ends up turning and going towards the city on a major interstate here in the city.
Yep.
So he starts going over there, and there's a motorcycle there, and the motorcycle, we were coming up on an overpass, and the motorcycle ends up coming over, and I started laying on my horn instantly. And the motorcycle slowly starts going over towards the median, and where that overpass is, it's an overpass that has a pillar in the center. So the concrete median juts out to go around the pillars that are coming down in the center of the overpass.
Yep.
And he had I'm not kidding you, maybe this side on the side of the where the median jutted out, and this much on the side of where the You're muted, Smokesteve.
Sorry. So one side of the median goes like wavy in and out like that?
Well,
That's crazy.
the median is the center of the two lanes of the traffic. And then when you get to that overpass, there's a center pillar holding up the overpass. So the median jets out to go around that center overpass and then jets back in. And oh my God, I was so sick like when it was happening. It was like slow motion. But luckily at the last minute, I don't know if it was because of my honking or because he finally saw the motorcycle or what. But
was he trying to be a hot shot, like ripping around on the bike?
No, I actually went around because I wanted to see. I was curious, and I wanted.
Or was he clueless or like racing?
It was like Mr. Kilsey will like this. It was a female driving the dually.
All right, so you're not talking about a dude in like 1,000cc Ninja who was fucking.
Oh no, that was a guy. I didn't, because he took off. He put his arm up like this, and he was super pissed off, which he had every right to be, because he literally was inches from death. Because I have no doubt he would have either died from hitting the overpass pillar or died of getting caught between the truck and the trailer, which would have been just horrific.
And the point is, it was his lane that
lane, and he was
being impinged on by the dude.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to explain, but I'm trying to do the best.
No, I got a picture.
Yeah, it was just horrible. Crazy. It would have been horrific because I was the next car behind, and then there was two cars in both of those lanes because we're on a interstate, so there was plenty of traffic. So it would have been just a horrific nightmare if it would have panned out that way.
Was he in like a blind spot, or does the person just didn't look?
I think what was happening is because I'm guessing because it was an empty dually. And it had stickers on the side of the truck it was some kind of transport service. So it was somebody that was not familiar with the interstate. And they have to usually you have to get in the right lane to go, a different direction. This is an instance where you have to be in the left lane. And they realized because of the signage that they had a mile left to get over in that far left lane to turn on to go towards the city. And I'm thinking that that's probably the confusion that happened.
And two lanes went to the right and one went straight?
Only one lane. The one that the motorcycle was occupied is the turn lane that goes on to the next
turn lane. Okay, the other two go. Okay.
Yeah, and then her lane goes into it. Actually, interstate we were on ends, and it goes into every lane you're in goes to a different place.
It's very common. Most of the problems with motorcycles happen from drivers of cars.
Oh yeah, it's not the motorcycle's fault. It's somebody else's fault.
Generally not. Like all the major accidents I know with motorcycle riders have happened because a car either pulled out in front of them on a road, or two, a car switched lanes into them and forced them into a curb, which causes like broken femurs and things like that. Hips.
Maybe you don't get this, but where I live on the highway that I mainly use, we get motorcyclists that go 120, 130 miles an hour, and that if you're in a car, you could look behind you and there's nothing there.
Right.
and they're up you. They've gone, a half a mile in a second, and they're on you. And there's been a few fatalities like that, and there's really the car doesn't get in trouble.
The entrance to my subdivision, we go on it's a I don't know if you guys are like this, but they're doing it a lot more around here too, where on the interstates, it used to be a service road on the north side and the south side, or east and west, whichever. And it was a 2-lane service road. But now they're turning all of these into one way. So on the one side, it's a one way going one way, and on the other side of the highway, it's a one way going the other. It's a problem because so many people moved out to the this were farmland. I moved out here in 76 or 77, and it was a same situation with most major cities. I'm sure where you live, Last Dance, is no different. It was like white flight, where all
Exactly.
the white people fled the cities when the inner city schools started getting too overrun. Anyway, overrun, it's a horrible word to use. I
Man,
I'm
oh
sure
man,
there's a
glad I didn't say
sure
that.
there's a better
Oh
term I
my
could use. I didn't mean to be so
goodness.
insensitive.
Started having failures, let's say.
Yeah. But anyway, and my father was no different. He worked for McDonnell Douglas, and he had enough money where he moved us out here because he didn't want to see us going to a troubled inner city school. But anyway, then we had all country roads out here, and it just built up progressively, and now it's almost its own city now. It's actually probably a more densely populated than an inner city, which is mostly of vacant buildings and houses. But anyway, this 1-lane road right at the entrance to my subdivision, where it meets it used to be the north outer road. There was a kid that was 2:00 in the morning going probably 120, 130 mile an hour, and came over the hill, and somebody was pulling out of my subdivision. And there's a shrine that they built, which, if I ever die, I just want this to be on record that I don't want some shrine built for me on the side of the road. I just think that I'm not saying if you choose to do that in your family, and that's what brings you comfort, then more
Dude,
power to you.
I'm
But
building
don't
a
do it for
shrine.
me. You what?
I'm building a shrine to you. We got enough, so much video of you.
Oh shit!
Is that live?
Yeah, we're not watching this on this guy's stream.
It seems like it's got to be close to sunrise.
Damn! Look at those explosions. This could get me totally shut down.
No, I don't think it would. I think there's probably somebody else playing it on a live stream right now.
I think that's why he puts his name on it, right?
Right.
But how would they ever find me playing it? It's not like they can reverse. Can they? Maybe they can.
But the shrines, I see them a lot on some of these roads where they're holdouts for, 65, 70 mile an hour roads that are still in too close to suburban areas. And it's the only real good access to get out to the next, because what happened here, which I'm sure it's happened to, especially I don't know about Boston. I'm guessing it's the same there. But what happens is there's a little town that was a little farm town that has one little church, one little bank, and then that's the next place that all the people occupy. Was there more?
Look at that.
Is that anti-aircraft?
I don't know. Look at that.
Is
that Iron Dome? Or
maybe not.
Are those...
I don't know. I don't know what
are those going somewhere.
That's got to be Israel. Those rockets are going straight up.
I don't know. It's still
Holy
going.
smoke. Look at that one's going back down.
Yeah,
this is crazy, huh?
I don't see...
So there's the title. Airstrikes pummel Gaza. U.S. urges restraint on Ismail amid fears of regional war. I don't know what exactly.
Those look... If that's Gaza, that's anti-aircraft. Either that or they're just firing their cheap-ass rockets straight up just to scare the planes.
It looks like half of them are coming more or less back down.
Yeah,
I hate to see the innocent people because they're just gonna lay waste to that whole area.
It's terrible.
It's just unfortunate, and I think that the us, and we see somewhat people that look similar to us or that we're familiar with, and they speak English, and yeah, I just don't think we give enough sympathy to the just normal Palestinian that is just living their normal life because that's where their parents gave birth to them. That
Well, I think that's true. I mean, I don't have any trouble giving sympathy to them. I know that suffering and is the same everywhere. It's not. It's the same agony and misery, and I think it's a failure to have gotten to this point. It's a failure of everybody.
Of humankind.
No, it's a failure, more specifically, of the Israelis and Netanyahu and the Palestinians and Hamas to have reached this point.
Well, how do you fix a hatred that's been there for longer than you've been on the earth, which
I don't have the answer.
would be since you were like 1 billion years ago.
Yeah, I don't have the answer, but I certainly wouldn't do what Netanyahu did. I wouldn't have a blockade of Gaza. I wouldn't, I would do things differently.
But you got to understand his rage.
Well, I mean, now that this happened, yeah, I would. I mean, you get to this point, and you have Hamas has this attack. Now you have no choice. You have to.
Yeah.
You have to do what Israel's doing. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of like with Ukraine too. I mean, I'm not going to compare them, but you got this invasion of Russia. But if you could see kind of the predecessors of it happened, back in 2014 and even before. And what I have to say is, if you were in the U.S. in 2012, let's say, and you had a time machine or a crystal ball, and you knew that Russia was going to invade in 2020, or when did they invade? 2022? 2022. If you knew that was going to happen, you would do things differently in 2012. You would do things to, I won't say appease, but to negotiate with Russia. So
you mean the initial one? I thought it was 2014, but yeah.
No, I'm going just before that.
Okay, I see what you're
I'm saying. If you knew that the path that this was going to take up to the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, including the little mini war in 2014 and the invasion there, you would do things differently in the U.S. and in the West. You would
remember there was a coup.
You wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have supported that regime change. You would have been happy, not happy, but you would have tolerated a reasonably pro-Russian government in Ukraine. You wouldn't have had so much provocation in terms of NATO on Russia's border, because even though we're at this point where we have to support Ukraine, it's not a good thing that Russia invaded Ukraine. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for the U.S. It's a lot of wasted life. It's a lot of tension, and I argue that you probably, even in 2012, people who were not Russia were saying you need to stop pretending that you can just push Russia around like they have nothing to say. And the same thing happened in Israel, basically. Everyone was saying that you can't let Gaza simmer, treat it like blockade it.
Right.
You can't let that
fences and all this.
Right. You can't let that simmer. You got to do something different, and they didn't. They just let time go by, and eventually something bad happened, and now we have this. And I agree. Now that Hamas has attacked Israel has to do this invasion. They have no choice. They have to root out Hamas. But the fact that it got to this point is not entirely Hamas's point.
Would you agree that Hamas, I heard them referred to this a few times today, they're never going to stop. They are a death cult when it comes to Israel.
Of course they are. But that doesn't mean, that's true, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't have negotiated with them.
Right, but that does mean that they're unending thirst for death and destruction to be brought upon Israel and all of its people will ever end.
That's part of negotiating, is to have an end game, and their negotiating strategy with Israel should have been to isolate Hamas and minimize their power by not giving them the sort of emotional support that they get from the Palestinian population. Or even if that's not true, then they should have invaded, 5 years ago or 6 or 7 years ago, when they would have had less resistance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, this is.
I mean, one of the moral requirements of war is that it be effective, that you get the job done, so that you don't have to keep doing the same thing over and over again.
I don't think that's in the. That's not the Geneva Convention.
No, it's not. But it's still a moral requirement. And the Israeli method, which was sometimes called mowing the lawn, was whenever there was a terrorist attack or rockets being shot in from Gaza, they would fire some bombs off and destroy some buildings, kill some Hamas fighters, kill a lot of civilians, either because they didn't care or because it's inevitable. And then they would, and then it would quiet down for a while. And of course, that guaranteed that there would be another explosion at some point in the future.
But your morals for war are certainly different from theirs.
From who's theirs?
Well,
Israel's.
people that aren't American like you.
No, I'm saying that it's
patriot.
No,
you have morals for war, but their morals for war are.
I'm saying that Israel's previous responses were inadequate.
All right.
They didn't solve any problems. They made the problems worse.
I see what you're saying. Like, if you're going to go for it, do it and do it the right way.
Yep.
Don't go half-assed.
Don't go half-assed.
Yep.
Hamas just gets stronger and stronger every time you do these little pinpricks where you drop a few bombs and kill a few fighters.
Right, and you give them, in the old NFL world, bulletin board material.
Right, and you teach them how to adjust too, and how to hide their stuff.
Yeah, it's somewhat foolish. It's almost like they're training them to hate them through these.
And I think the same thing.
At this point, I brought up this earlier. Like, how do they go about this? Do they just extricate everybody from the country?
I have no idea how you do it. It seems impossible.
Right? And then once that happens, if by any chance it does, all of the people who hate them will only want to just attack them.
Here's
so
what
now
I think
they have the Gaza outpost, whatever you want to call it, this Israeli-controlled place now, that's just going to be this boiling keg of destruction and death. I mean...
Exactly. I mean, I think their plan is to kind of gradually pacify starting from the southern border, moving further to south through the Strip, and then as they pacify areas, they have to then station troops there to control it. There has to be a very military occupation, and they will let civilians filter back. I don't know what you do. There's so much destruction. What are they going to filter back to?
Exactly. And then, like, a lot of these guys in Gaza are willing to die. Right. So if they are left with some food and some guns, they're just going to wait for the Israelis to show up and start fighting them until the death. And there's going to be a lot of them. And it's going to cause a lot of attrition, of death numbers.
Right. It'll be a guerrilla war where every day you're losing troops.
Yeah. We're going to get less numbers on the Israeli side and more numbers on the other side because we're only going to be given the news from the Israeli side, obviously. No one's going to tell us what.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I just don't think. I don't think Israel should be there. I don't think the Jews should live in Israel.
Oh, now that is a good subject.
Wow.
The Jew thinks the Jews shouldn't live in Israel.
Not because I don't think they have a right to live there. I think it's just too dangerous. I mean, there's no. What are you going to do? They're going to get better. Eventually, Iran's going to have atomic weapons.
All right, let's hear from Mr. Disco. What do you think about that?
Oh, he's got his gloves on.
He got the gloves on with the
Mr.
fingers.
Kelsey, good to see you.
What's going on, homie? How you doing?
I don't think he hears us. We don't
No.
hear him.
He might hear us, but we can't hear you.
We don't hear you, buddy.
I don't know. He looked like there was a reaction. He looked around. He's on camera.
I think he hears us, but we don't hear him.
He's looking at settings, trying to correct
Yep.
his.
Those silver top headphones are bangers. They're like throwbacks to like the 1940s. Kind of reminds me of a radio man from World War II, right? I don't know. I like that.
I think, Smokesteve, you're right in that Israel can never make peace with their neighbors. And because of that, eventually things always change. Their neighbors, who they are surrounded by, are going to be able to defeat them, and they'll kill them all. And so I don't really think Israel is the place for Jews to put all their eggs in one basket.
It's too late to change it.
Well, it's too late to change it overnight, but I think that there should be a reverse Zionism where the Jews move back to Western countries. I think America is the promised land for Jews.
You're nuts.
I think England is the promised land for Jews.
So you're going to say, like, a lot of them came from Germany and other, like France, countries that were overrun by the Nazis.
Exactly. They fled
Yeah, of course.
They fled these countries. I think that they should go back, not because they don't have a right to live in Israel, but because it's their best bet for to be able to practice their religion is in the West, and they're least likely to. Well, I'm sorry, never is a long time. Things are going to get worse and worse and worse in Israel. Maybe. I mean, this is not going to happen in my lifetime, but eventually,
you sound like one of these kids at fucking Harvard, dude, standing up for Palestine.
I'm not standing up for Palestine. That's not me. I'm not saying that the Jews don't have a right. I'm not saying that they deserve to be killed. I'm just saying that it's not up to. It's sort of up to your enemies, and you don't want to leave your existence up to your enemies.
Looks like we got ourselves a Ray Epps here, Aphid. Fed. No. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Ray Epps. That argument is so stupid.
They'll eternally cause mayhem, conflict, war.
What's going to happen when Iran has a full nuclear arsenal, including intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear bombers and cruise missiles and drones armed with nukes?
You don't have faith in the leader of the free world, Joe?
What are we going to do? Invade Iran?
Well, he's going to work it out. He's going to negotiate.
He's not. We've already seen. I mean, no, I don't have faith that he's going to be able to convince Iran not to build.
Any president could ever do that?
I surely don't have faith in any president coming along from what we see of the ones that are coming along.
Is it really our business to enforce Iran to get along with Israel? I don't know if it's our business. It's certainly not in the cards whether
Trump
it's our
could
business.
Do it. Trump could make friends with all those leaders. Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, right.
Putin.
We're not going to elect him on a promise to invade Iran. That's for sure.
He'd run on anything. If it got him elected, he'd be like,
"That's
I'll
true."
Go there.
Iran could end up being the U.S. They could end up being a regional superpower with nuclear weapons. And Syria will let them use Syrian territory for military bases and missiles, and Lebanon would let Iran. And certainly, Iran has been smart. They now control the south of Lebanon through Hezbollah. They could put military bases and missiles in the south of Lebanon, and I don't think Egypt would ever let them in, but who knows? Maybe they'll just take over Egypt. Maybe they'll have Gaza and Hamas invade from Gaza into Egypt.
And you're right about one thing, Last Dance. There you are.
Oh yeah, we can. You're a little soft.
I hear you now.
A little soft.
That's okay. You're right about one thing, Last Dance. Hezbollah decides to turn up the volume. Israel, I'm not going to say they're fucked, but they're spread a little thin.
They are spread very thin. And we have no idea how good Hezbollah is now.
And let's face it, they've got ton more reservists. And now, I'm not kidding, they're over 300,000. These people haven't held a rifle, some of them, for years.
Right.
This is a problem. They don't regularly train these people. So they're literally, we're not talking like, a quarter of a million U.S. Marines or something. I don't mean to like puff me, Marines, yeah. No, but I just mean like these people aren't, I don't think I can hear Mr. Kill, aren't regular.
I heard him for...
He's real soft.
All right.
Can you bump him up?
Yeah, I got you, Mr. Kill. Let me fix your volume settings, buddy.
Pump it up.
Actually, I mean, can anyone else really tell me who Hezbollah are? Because that night.
I think you got a bad microphone. That's what the problem is.
Yeah, it's your mic.
All right, let's try that.
Sorry,
Is it buried in that beard of yours?
it's supposed to be in the earphones.
Yeah, it's real bad.
It's spotty. I mean, I've got you up at 200. That's as high as I can go.
Jesus. Okay. I'll take. Let me try restarting.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, you got to get wired, bro.
I don't know. To be honest with you, Mr. Kill, I don't know if you can still hear us, but when you took the headphones away, it didn't sound like your mic changed at all.
I agree.
I think his mic settings are fucked up.
I think his mic is in his laptop or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mr. Kill, open up your settings and check what your sound output is. Make sure, sound input.
Right.
Microphone input should be on the right one.
Well, you're actually muted now.
I can't hear you at all. Oh, you're muted. There you now talk.
You're unmuted. He's working on it.
I'm not talking about today or tomorrow. I'm talking about, as the decades pass.
Cup of tea. That's all right? Last Dance? I mean, are we okay?
What do you mean?
Let's send Muslims to
Maryland. Now we can hear you. Say a sentence, Mr. Kill.
Yeah, hello guys. You okay?
It's the same.
It's the same. Yeah, I mean your sound is low.
Mr. Kill, do me a favor. Are you trying to talk through your headphones? Shake your head, yes or no.
Work this out. I'll be right back.
Okay, take your headphones off and talk into the mic, and let's see if you're coming through your headphone mic.
They're on the mic.
No, take your headphones off and talk into them.
Yeah, no,
there's no difference.
I don't really have a mic.
Okay, so Mr. Kill, I'm just telling you right now, the mic from your headphones is not picking up your volume. It's the mic coming from somewhere else.
Okay, I will grab a different set of headphones.
How do you know his headphones have a mic?
I'm just guessing because that's what he said.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem to change when he took his headphones off and talked directly into the mic.
I mean, I have a laptop microphone, and it's certainly not as bad as whatever microphone he has. So.
Well, that's true. But something, like mine. When I go to my settings, I got like 4 different options. I got my camera up here. I got my computer. I got these earbuds. There's all
Well,
kinds of different things.
you've got
So
like
it
a
could be
television
something
studio
specific.
there. I don't think most of us have that
Well, that's true.
set up.
That's true. I have to blow into this mic every time I get on the show just to see the levels raised before I go live.
Cup of tea doesn't want the Jews in England. Okay, well, we'll send him to America then.
Cup of tea. Oh, excuse me. So did it get cold up there yet? In Maryland last night?
It's slowly getting cooler, yeah. It's
I think
actually
it's here to stay. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done with the 80s and 90s, I think.
it's pleasant these days, but it kind of makes me sad. Days are getting shorter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big fan of summer and the longer days.
I hate the middle of summer because here in St. Louis, it's humid and it gets so hot. There's no escaping the heat.
Yeah, I know, but
I don't like that.
I do like summer. To me, it's as a kid, it was the time to live. When you were in school, and I still have my kid's brain. I think so.
I know. I don't think that goes away. I think
when school lets out, I'm just a happier person, and to me, winter is just something I have to grind my way through to get to the other side.
The worst thing about doing this show is that I can see myself, because my normal life, I'm just seeing out these same eyes I've been staring out for 50 years,
Yeah.
It's a constant reminder when I'm here that I'm that old guy, not the little kid riding his bike, jumping off the dirt ramps at the bottom of the hill,
I tell you, if you got a lot of money, though, it's nice to have a home in the south and a home in the north.
Yeah.
And you go in the south for winter, and you move up to the north in summer, and you kind of get the best of all worlds. Or if you really have a lot of money, you move to somewhere in California along the ocean, and then you just
the problem here is that it's always been the family. It's not the location. It's tough to leave your family.
Yeah, it's the same everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
slowly you turn around and there's no.
You got roots. You end up putting roots in. I know.
I'm like 2-3 miles from the house I grew up in.
I have family that I know. They haven't told me, but I know that their plan is they're living where they are because they're waiting for an older family member to pass away. I mean, they're certainly not. They hope that person lives forever, but once that person passes away, they probably don't have the ties that they have to the area, and they could move somewhere else.
Right.
But if you wait long enough, then your next generation puts roots down. It's like you got to move with your kids. If your kids grow up, they'll end up getting jobs and families and put roots down in where you are. Unless your kids move away from you to the place where you'd like to move to. So, I mean, this isn't my favorite place to live. I would rather live somewhere else, but I'm going to live wherever my kids live.
Right.
So, without regret, too.
Yeah. So we lost Smokesteve, and Mr. Kill doesn't have a mic.
Mr. Kill's trying, but he's succeeded previous times he's been on.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Smokesteve. I'm just waiting to get a good crowd back in here so I can scoot out of here. I'm about ready to. I got one more.
Come on.
I got one more leak left in me, and I think that one is gonna take me away for good.
I just having
I
a
got
gin.
I got some. Well, I got a fish and chips upstairs. That's what I wanted to talk about with
Fish
base.
and chips. What the
Mr.
fuck?
Mr. Kill would be a good one to talk to about that. We went to a restaurant and they had fish and chips, and it literally came out with potato chips. And my son it was homemade potato chips, and my son was so put off by it, because he's 14 and he thinks he knows more than everybody else. And he's like, that should be called fish and crisps, not fish and chips.
He's right too.
He's
And
absolutely right.
I
also
know he is. I agreed with him. But
being that
I
he's
told him,
14, probably 50% of his diet is French fries. So the boy probably knows his fucking French fries, you know? I was a fry maniac at that age.
I mean, that's what fish and chips is around here. I would have taken those potato chips and it's fish and steak fries.
Yeah,
We would call steak fries.
Yeah, that's chips.
Right.
But
not potato chips. You get potato chips.
Here it was potato chips.
Throw those right back at him.
Yeah,
well,
frankly,
it was homemade. It was home. They were made there, obviously.
Okay, but
he was like just so beside himself.
I would agree with him. It's like false advertising.
I mean,
she told us after she said, instead of saying you're welcome, she said, of course. She was like, would you rather have fries instead of the chips with your fish and chips,
right.
And he was just like, I thought he was gonna be like, what do you mean?
I mean, what if they're giving you fish and wood chips? Well, it is chips.
Well, I hear you. Your boy's kind of focusing in on the linguistic aspect of the whole thing, and she doesn't get it at all.
Yeah.
She's saying chips or fries. He's saying fries are chips. That's what fish and chips is, fish and fries.
Well, I mean,
essentially, but chips are fries in Britain, so they're taking half of it and they're getting the other half wrong. The chip half.
Your boy just knows international more than the server does.
Right.
Well, that's good. That's good.
I gotta say, I'm real proud of my little guy. He, I think I went through some problems he's had in the past. He was having difficulty with grades in the past, and I went through with you guys like how I was going to try to use a payment system to try to raise his grades.
Mm-hmm.
This pub kind of started at the middle of his middle school career, which was kind of when the problems started with him because he was always a really good student. And now he's in high school and he's trying for the they call it a straight A program or something, where
National Honor Society.
Well, they call that does exist. And I told him, I said, if you keep it up, you'll be able to have a lot of doors open for you, not just because the straight A program is if you keep, and it's not even straight A's, it's like a B average or something. You get community college paid for.
Oh, hell yeah. That's just step one. He gets really good grades. They want they're doing a lot of academic scholarships now, bro.
Say something, Mr. Kill.
Is this any better?
It's exactly the same. That's why I'm telling you. I don't think it has to do with your headphones.
No, it's a new laptop. It's got to be something to do with the laptop.
Is it, what brand is it?
Acer.
I bet you if you go to the settings and find your microphone input and output, and
look in the settings of here on the Streamlab.
Not the settings here. I think the settings on the computer.
I checked the settings on the Streamlab.
Turn off noise cancellation if it's on. If it's
not on.
Turn it off.
Noise cancellation isn't on.
Okay.
But anyway, just to wrap it up before he's got straight A's right now, and we're at first I was just thinking it was going to be a short-lived thing, but we're almost to the end of the first quarter, and he's still got straight A's, and I hope Topple. I've had conversations with Topple. I think he's gone now, but his son. No, it sounds exactly the same.
What the fuck?
It's a shame, Mr. Kill.
No, no, it is. Sorry, it's a
Because
new
it's like difficult to
laptop.
hear you because you're breaking up. So it's not just a volume; it's a consistency problem.
Kind of sounds like you're talking while you're gargling.
Yeah.
Shame.
It's almost exactly the same, though.
I mean, I think it's in the settings on his computer, and I think that might be it. Is there a microphone on the wire, like on this? My headphones have one on the wire.
Well, it could be. Are
you
you
hear me
hearing
now?
us clearly, Mr. Kill?
Oh yeah, I hear you absolutely fine.
Because I was going to say it could be a Bluetooth connection problem, which would lead to
I
the
don't think so.
laptop.
Bluetooth is
Yeah,
more
we've
on
got
or
two
off.
different headphones
Yeah, it's
now.
digital.
So
It's not half on. It's Bluetooth is clear or zero.
I don't think it's the headphones though, because it's exactly the same as those other pair of headphones. And the problem with two headphones being equally wrong.
That's why I'm going back to the settings on the laptop.
Yeah, it's either his mic is picking up the mic on the laptop and the laptop mic's not good, or it's you check the Streamlab settings and your mic connection is through the headphones.
StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm sorry, StreamYard.
I mean, I can change the microphone to the computer. Does that change?
Yeah, you can try that. That would be better. That would be much better.
Well, I just did that. Is that working?
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Nothing changed at all.
It's got to be the computer then.
Oh man,
Have you ever opened the settings on that bad, Larry? The little settings thing. It's a little wheel. Settings.
It's actually a cog.
Cog.
All right, Mr. Kill. This I promise you, this has nothing to do with you because it seems like every time you come on towards the end, and I leave, and I promise you, it has nothing to do with you.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah.
I love you the most.
Obviously, this isn't going to work for me. I'm going to have to work on it during the week, and hopefully join you earlier next week.
That's a shame.
All right. Well, I'm taking off too.
Take care, buddy.
I'll see you guys.
Take care,
Always a pleasure.
Take it easy, Aphid.
Later.
Take care, guys.
See you, man. Yeah, well,
it's the same. I really wanted to chat about Hamas, but it's not going to happen this week. Maybe next week.
I mean, you're audible. It's low, but you're audible.
Yeah, I mean, I hate the fact that Hamas have kidnapped children in the hope that don't bomb us because you're going to bomb your own children. I think that is disgusting.
It is beyond the pale.
It's nauseating. I agree.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know what you guys have already covered because I've been trying to sort this stuff out here. But yeah, Hamas, they gaslit so many people into thinking they were the good guys, and just totally obliterated themselves with that in this attack. It's kind of like, well, how would you feel if your land was stolen? But basically, I mean, the Jews. I mean, I'm not being nasty. The Jews, they need a homeland, and it's proven that where Israel is now is their homeland. It's proven through, I don't know, paleontology and everything else. It's proven that's their homeland. And, just because the British and the French facilitated it 75 years ago doesn't mean you should still be attacking them. And, I mean, almost all of North Africa is Arab run. Yet no one has taken Palestinian refugees.
Yeah, I couldn't expect them to. I mean, it's survival of the fittest at this point, you know? Countries see what's best for themselves, then I should expect them to do that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, in the West, we don't do that. But you know, I mean, that's a different thing.
As I see it, countries should look around and see what is best for them in their own country and make their decisions mostly pertaining to that. I mean, you
To
can
be
have a
honest,
little bit of ideas about other stuff, but basically take care of your own citizens.
yeah, that's what they should be doing. But in the West at the moment, screw the citizens because we have an agenda, and yeah, it's not good. I mean, if you've seen all the protests that's been going on in my country at the moment, it's kind of like they arrest the guy with the Union Jack.
That's terrible.
I can show you the news articles. They arrested the guy with the Union Jack.
I mean, what's wrong with your police force that they're just willing to do that?
They are woke. I mean, you literally had in the city of Birmingham, the council building, I think it's the council building, I may be wrong, but this happened. They had an Israeli flag. Someone climbed up there, took down the Israeli flag, threw it to the ground, down, and put a Palestinian flag up.
Interesting. Yeah, the whole thing is
Basically, even though we voted Brexit, we voted Conservative, we've probably had about 4 or 5 fucking votes saying stop the imports. They kept them going. And this is now what's happening in my country.
Now, do they look out the window and see that these guys aren't doing anything productive to their society?
They're completely sheltered. They're completely safe.
Mr. Kill, why would they want to bring people in that would be a detriment to British society? Doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to maintain a country,
backhanders.
Why would you do that, man?
I think they believe they're being.
I believe the Democrats are doing the same thing.
Do they think they're being altruistic or
Yeah, I think so.
So that they're helping human beings and they're putting that over the good of their country?
I think so. I think these most of these immigrants have passed through, or at least could go to any number of European countries, but they choose to go to the UK.
What do you think about that last dance?
Do not start on me with France. I feel so friggin' sorry for France. France.
Do you think that's legitimate? Last dance.
I think you should take in.
They come to the UK because handouts.
Yeah, I think you should take in people for altruistic reasons if they need asylum, if they have genuine fear of. It wouldn't be that many. If they're genuinely in fear of violence in their home country.
Those are called refugees. We're not taking in refugees. We're taking in economic, opportunistic
Exactly.
migrants.
These are mostly economic migrants that they're moving. They want to move here because it's better for their bottom line. They're not fleeing violence, even though a lot of people who support this suggest that the reason they're here is they're fleeing violence. I think Base Wellstrom is saying that they're mostly men who are coming.
Well, no, that's not true here to the United States.
No, I mean to the UK.
No. That is exactly the same in the United States.
Well,
mean,
here
don't you
we have a
remember?
lot. We have
Don't
a
don't you
lot of
remember
people
that news
coming from.
report?
We do, but we have a lot of people coming from Haiti. We have a lot of people coming from. And Haiti is very, very violent. Like it is anarchy there right now.
But there's not that many people coming from Haiti versus
There's
from the south of the border.
Yeah, well, there's some. A lot of them happen to be coming to my area here because there happens to be a fair amount of that population here, which is fine. But the whole thing, I think, like I've said before on here, that we need to slow it down. Just maybe
I'll
do it by
stop it.
appointment.
Well, I mean,
I'll
I
stop
don't, you
it
know,
altogether.
I don't care what it says on the Statue of Liberty. The reason we took migrants before is not because we wanted people to give us their poor or their so and so. We took migrants before because we were trying to grow the country.
Yeah.
And we wanted them.
Yeah, I mean, the Statue of Liberty was all about paving the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, now 120 years later, we might as well change the statement. Because
we're full from coast to coast now. And, you know, we should never take, but the rules are the same. We shouldn't take migrants unless we want to take them as a country. We should not feel compelled to because they're happier here than they would be somewhere else.
What did you think about my idea of by appointment only?
That's perfectly fine.
Now, I didn't make that like it can only be engineers and doctors. It could be someone to come and start a carpentry business or a cleaning business, whatever, baking, a doctor, who cares? But maybe that's where we need to go. And literally, but I mean, then that forces Mexico to do something and not just allow these people to funnel through to our border because they're coming through their fucking country first. So how about they do something?
Well, it's also
we
true.
Stop them here and and they have to deal with them. What will happen? Sorry, Last Dance. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, there's people who are fleeing. They say they're fleeing violence in, say, Venezuela or something. On their way from Venezuela, they pass through lots of Central American countries and Mexico where they could stop, which are not as violent or as in much turmoil as Venezuela. And you know they don't stop there. The countries there don't take them. They're pushed along to our border, and they, you know, our country. Let's face it, our country's a violent country, especially the cities, the inner cities. So it's not like you're, you know, I don't know that you're doing better by coming to America in terms of violence. It's not like we're going to give you a home in the suburbs if you come here.
That's right.
Wouldn't even visit your cities.
So, you know, I just find that whole rhetoric to be, you know, dishonest and untrue. And
I mean, you know, I mean, the problem we've got in the UK is we've stopped training our own professionals. We now just import them from other countries.
Huh.
Literally, what's it? The universities that teach these professions, they found they make more money by importing students rather than taking on UK students. So
can they charge them more?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Huh.
So they've started importing students and then training them up, and then most of them leave the country because they can earn more money in other countries. I mean, you know, I mean, they'll go to university in a different country. Why not go work in a different country?
Yeah.
So basically, all the subsidies that the universities get, we get no benefit. And this will come to your country. You will be as effed as we are, when it comes to professionals.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, the UK, yeah, guys got it rough. What are you drinking, Mr. Kill?
Just beer.
What kind?
Carlin Black Label.
Ah, Carling.
It's
At least,
yeah. I don't drink high alcohol levels. This is only, I don't know, probably about a 4%. I
maybe
think.
5.
I've
That's
got a
plenty.
torch here.
I
Yeah,
used to drink those.
yeah. No, I don't drink them. They give me a headache when I wake up. This stuff, I can just wake up, feel drowsy, and then have a cup of coffee and feel great.
Yeah. Hey, Last Dance, you were drinking Bombay Sapphire the other night.
Yep. That got me really feeling good really quickly. I
Good stuff.
definitely enjoyed that. It was
How were you drinking it?
it was gin and tonic, so it was about half and half.
Mm.
Oh man, yeah. I just had one of those. I'm gonna go have another. And were you putting a garnish?
No.
Oh, dude, you know what you got to try? Cocktail onions.
Ugh.
Put a couple of those. You don't like? Are you a
No.
big fan of pickled things?
Not particularly. I mean, I like pickles, but that's about it.
All right. Well, pickled cocktail onions, when you put them in a gin and tonic, they add a nice sour aspect. Me and my old college buddy were crazy. We made pickles and shit together. So, like, you know, anything pickled we're like crazy about. But if you're not a pickle guy, it might not work.
Pickled cucumbers. That's about it for me.
Okay.
What
No
we call
pickled
them,
peppers?
gherkins.
I made a melange of pickled peppers this year. They're beautiful. It's my first delve into pickling. I'm proud of myself.
I love pickled onion. I love gherkins. All good stuff.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I grew it all and pickled it myself.
Awesome.
Gin is vile and tonic is vile, but together less vile. Okay.
Oh man, I don't think I'd ever had gin and tonic, but I really like
Oh,
that.
it's fabulous. Ice cold, 50-50, just like you said, and with a lot of ice. It's a nice drink. Little twist of lime for the average feller. Me, I like alternating olives and onions on a skewer cocktail. Load them up. Extra salt. It's good shit.
Oh, man. It was kind of sad. Last Christmas? Obviously, I do a driving job, and every Christmas I used to love the Baileys, the snowballs, and after my first night of a nice Baileys evening, nice relax, enjoy it, and then I was just kind of like too fucked in the head to actually go. Sorry, to actually do my job. And yeah, I had to spend the whole Christmas. Actually, it wasn't until the end of the summer that my missus finally finished the Baileys that I bought. We only bought like 2 bottles because, yeah, I couldn't drink it. Kind of sad.
Yeah,
Love
well,
that
when
drink.
you overdo it with a certain beverage, it can create that.
Oh no, I'm talking like 1 glass. 1 glass would just screw my head up. That's why I drink like 4.4% alcohol beer.
Perfect.
Yeah. So
Well,
yeah, I just had
mine are
I just had
4%.
I just had to stick to the beer the whole of Christmas, and that was it.
I
So
like a nice drink once in a while. I'm gonna make another gin and tonic here. You guys want to keep
nice.
this going? Last dance?
I'm a little tired. I'd love to call it a night.
Yeah,
Call
no,
it
that's fine,
quits.
man.
All right,
I'd say-
we're gonna go ahead and bring this bad boy to an end.
All right.
Uh,
Mr.
I'll-
Kilsey,
I'll try and sort the computer out
That would be great.
There you
for
go.
next
Yeah,
time.
we like you put the cherry on the Sunday at the end here. But we got to hear you, brother. But you do. We can hear you now, but I want your sound to be good.
Yeah, no, yeah, like I say, what's it? I'll only join at the end of the night when there's just a few guys left. It's just kind of like,
Yeah. So
yeah,
after it's over, look up watch the end when you're on, and you'll see what your sound sounds like, how it's coming through YouTube, and then start
Nice
fucking with
smoke one.
the sound settings and see what you can figure out.
yeah. I mean, it's obviously not the headphones. It's something to do with the new laptop. So I'll try and
Bingo.
figure it out from there.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
All right.
Cheers.
Thanks for doing the show and having me on, Smokesteve.
It's always a pleasure, man. Take
All
care.
right. Have a great week. Bye bye.
Later, man. Peace. I cut you off. Sorry. Yeah, it's been a great night. You know, I only hope for peace in the world, and I know that's not going to happen. We talk about a lot of things here at the pub, but all we do is talk about them in jest and in fun with each other. If I or somebody else here may have offended you, nobody does that on purpose. We're just talking. We're giving our opinions. We are not trying to change the world here. We have a few drinks with each other, and we talk about what's going on. And I feel like the whole world should just have a few drinks together and talk about what's going on. There's no harm in it, and we're not out here to take a stance. We're just out here to connect human beings with each other, to have a good talk, to have a few drinks, maybe a little smoke. And that's it, man. Because we're all human beings. And I love you all. Have a good night. Smokesteve signing off. Peace.